sleeping and they're all awake now. Well, this summer, remember our theme is what's cooking at the library. So let's all scream as loud as we can on the count of 3. What's cooking? And we'll see if Bruce Amato comes out and performs some magic tricks for us. So help me count. 1, 2, 3.
Well, thank you and good morning. How's everybody doing today? Oh, hey, let's try that one more time. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the library and welcome to the magic show. My name is Mr. Bruce, and by a show of hands, how many have ever seen me perform before? Raise your hands. Oh, that's good. Hands down. How many don't know who I am? Raise your hands. That's good, too. Hands down. How many don't know who you are? Raise your hands. Hey, we're going to have an awesome time today. Our show is called Imagine That. What's it say? Imagine That. In a few moments, we're going to take a little magical journey and investigate some fun and important things and what it takes to use our imaginations. You know, every day we use our imaginations, whether we're playing or whether we're working, but when it comes to reading, do we use our imaginations? Of course we do. And today we're going to have some fun with our imaginations. But first, if you see something you like, clap your hands really loud. That shows that you're having fun. Let me hear you. All right. Number 2, if you see something that is funny and want to make you laugh or giggle, go ahead and laugh and giggle, okay? That's good. Don't hold that laugh ring because you might explode or something, okay? So, anyways, you know, to start the show off today, I thought I'd give everybody a little test. Now, I brought along a little bag. This is called a do-nothing bag. Anybody know why we call it a do-nothing bag? It doesn't do a thing. But today it does serve a very special purpose because on one side, the bag has white spots and it's blue. The other side is white with blue spots. Now, in the bag here, there are 2 handkerchiefs. Let me show you. The first one here happens to be white. Now, this used to be blue, but I bleached it white. Then I got another one right here. This one is blue. This used to be white, but I dyed it blue. And then, of course, the inside of the bag is completely empty. Well, right now, we're going to see if we can work a little magic this morning. We're going to see if we can change the colors of the handkerchiefs. Do you think we can do it? Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to give it a try. All I want you to do on the count of 3 is yell the magic words. Imagine that. Are you ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. I'll give it 2 taps. 1 for hot, 2 for cold. All right. Then when I reach inside, let's see what happens. You're not going to believe this. It's changed colors. Look at here. Do you remember the white handkerchief? Well, look. The white handkerchief has changed to blue. And the blue has changed to white. Oh, you're not going to fall for that, are you? I tell you what, let's try one more time. All right. Wiggle everybody, just wiggle your fingers toward the bag. Everybody say, imagine that. I'll give it 2 more taps, 1 for hot, 2 for cold. This time, the handkerchiefs will be covered in spots, just like the bag. Here we go. Look at this. This is so cool. You are not going to believe this. Look at here. They are covered in spots. Look at this. The white handkerchief, check this out, is now covered in white spots. And the blue one's covered in blue spots. You're not going to fall for that either, are you? I'll tell you what, let's try again. Everybody wiggle your fingers toward the bag, and I want you to say, imagine that. Imagine that. One more time, we give it 2 taps. 1 for hot, 2 for cold. Let's see what happened, because when I reach inside here, oh yeah, it has worked. Because remember the blue handkerchief? Look, the blue handkerchief is covered in white spots, and the white one is covered in blue spots, and give yourselves a hand. All right. Uh-oh, we got a problem. We're missing a spot. It must have fallen on the floor. Wait a minute, let me check the bag. Maybe it's inside here. Oh, here it is. Would you like to see it? Yeah. It's actually a pretty big spot. In fact, the only spot that's in the bag here happens to be my dog spot. Everybody likes to see, so give yourselves a big hand for helping me out there. All right. Hey, you know, we're going to have an awesome time time today, and right now, I need to borrow a volunteer. I need to get a girl up here to help me. Somebody with a big smile on her face. Let's see here. Hey, would you like to help me? Come on up here. Let's give her a big hand. Here she comes. Right over here. Come right over here. Well, how you doing? What's your name? Lexi. Give Lexi a big hand. All right. Now, Lexi, we got a big audience here today, and it's hard for everybody to hear you talk, so you got to speak up real loud, okay? All right. So, Lexi, are you having fun? That's good. You like magic? You like to read? You like the library? You like to say yes? That's what I thought, okay. Hey, you know, I gotta tell you, I chose Lexi because she looks like she has a good imagination. But not only that, I bet she loves helping Mom and cook at home. You like to help Mom cook? Have you ever baked cookies and cakes and things like that? Well, this is great. Well, today, I thought it'd be fun to let Lexi here bake everybody here a great big cake. What do you think? Actually, I don't think cake would be good. I think something like cookies. How about cookies? Now, Lexi, in order for us to do this, we don't want to get any ingredients on your clothes there, so I brought along a little bag here. Would you reach inside there and take out what's in there for me? That's good. Everybody know what that is? Oh, that's not a diaper. Who said that? That's a shelf towel. Okay, go ahead and put it on your head there for me, Lexi. Oh, this is going to look so cool on you. There you go. Oh, yeah. And you look like Chef Boyardee. Okay, good. Reach in there. There's something else in there. Can you find it? It's kind of hard to find, isn't it? Tell you what, I'll get it for you. It's way down in the bottom. It's really kind of hard to get. There it is. Yes, thank you. Okay, good. Oh, yes. Usually everybody claps right about there. Okay, that's good. All right. Now, Lexi, would you face the audience? What we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and tie this right around your waist. It's a very simple thing. Sorry about that. I thought you were taller than that. Anyways, we'll just tie it around your waist here. It's very simple thing. That ain't going to work, is it? I'll tell you what, Lexi, hold your arms up for me. There you go. We'll just tie this right around your waist with one big bow here. There you go. You're doing great. All right. And I think she's ready to bake some cookies. All right, Lexi, are you ready? Good. Now, you got to step into the kitchen. The kitchen is right about there. Now, in a kitchen, naturally, you got to have an oven. So I brought along a little oven with me today. This is called my magic oven. You see, because it's not powered by electricity. It's not even powered by batteries. It's powered by your imagination. Now, I have put a few ingredients in here already, like flour and milk and sugar. But what kind of cookies do you think we ought to make? Chocolate. I think I've got some chocolate in my ingredient bag here, so I got a cupcake. All right. I'll go ahead and put a little chocolate in there, and let's see, how about some peanut butter? This could be good. This could be chocolate chip peanut butter cookies. Perfect. Not a problem. We'll just... Those worms got a hold of it. Hey, you know what? I got an idea. I'm going to go ahead and stick a little of that peanut butter in there. And, oh, boy. And, Laura, can we turn the volume down just a little bit? We're getting a lot of feedback. Let's see, what other kind of ingredients? How about everybody say, one more time. Everybody say, words are pretty powerful in more ways than one. Lexi, I'd like you to open up the oven and show everybody what you have done. Go ahead. Let them see all the cookies there. There's the start. Are you having a good time? Yeah! Raise your hands if you love to read. Raise your hands if you love the library. Raise your hands if you love books. Raise your hands if you like to raise your hands. Hey, I love to read. I got to tell you, when I was 7 years old, it was the very first time I discovered the library. And it was quite an experience. I'm going to show you today. You see, I brought along a little folder with me. What does it say, gang? Library. Now, I brought along a picture of me when I was 7 years old. It's right in here. Let me show you. There I am. That was the resemblance. Anyways, the first day I went to the library was quite an experience. You see, I walked through those big glass double doors, and I was in awe. I saw hundreds of thousands of books. I didn't even know where to begin because nobody told me you could go to the library and read all the books you wanted for free. I thought that was a neat idea. Well, after looking around in the library, I went to one side and I found a book on racing. I love racing. And I sat down and I started reading it. You know what I started doing? I started whistling. I was whistling so loud in the library, everybody turned around and looked at me, and they all went, what'd they do? Meaning what? Quiet in the library. Because you're supposed to be real quiet, right? People are studying and they're learning and they're reading. Well, nobody told me that. And as you can see, I kind of turned red with embarrassment. But I didn't think too much about it, so I went back to reading my book, and after a while, I got tired of that book. You know what I did? Picked it up, went over and put it right on the shelf where I got it. Went over to the other side of the library. Oh, by the way, as you can see, I kind of turned back to my old self again. Anyways, I sat down and I started reading this book on music, because I love music. You know what I started doing this time? No, I wasn't whistling. I was singing. I was singing so loud that everybody in the library stood up, slammed their book shut. What do you think they did? Meaning, quiet in the library. Because we're supposed to be courteous to those that are around us, right? Well, once again, as you can see, I kind of turned red with embarrassment. But you know, I learned a very valuable lesson that day. I learned that from then on, when I went to the library, I was going to be courteous to those that are around me. Because people are studying, they're learning, but most of all, they're there to read. But you know, I've done this trick so many times, nobody's ever figured this out. Pretty neat, huh? What? Turn it around? Who said turn it around? Well, I can do that. There, how's that? No! Oh, by the way, you want me to turn it like this? Oh, you want to see the back? Not a problem. There's the back. Nothing's on the back. Oh, the back of the car. You really want to see it? All right, well, gotta be honest with you. There is another picture here. But you see, it happens to be the back of my head. When a sign that says quiet, meaning quiet in the library. Pretty amazing, huh? What? here, buddy. All right, gray shirt, not red shirt, gray shirt. Come on up here. Here he comes. Come on up here. All right, I need a couple more to help me out here. Oh, a couple fellas. Hey, the fella with the Star Wars shirt, come on up here. All right, and I need one more guy to help me out here. One more fella, the fella in the green back there with the glasses. Come on up here. Let's give them all a big hand. All right. Tell you what, let's change places with you guys. You stand right here. That's good. All right, here he comes. 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 Here he is. Hey, come on over here, buddy. How you doing today? Pretty good? What's your name? Gary? Give Gary a big hand. All right. All right. Hey, look. Gary, you stand right over here on this end. I got an idea. You come over here. You're a big guy. You stand right here. All right. Let's find out who we got. Your name is? Elijah and Irene, Brianna, and Gary. Give them all a big hand. All right. Now, besides being a musician, I am also a book writer, which means I am also called a author. And I write books on fairy tales. Now, we all like fairy tales, right, gang? You know, today we're going to bring one of my fairy tales to life right here on stage. And all of my helpers up here are going to play important parts of that story. For instance, the story is called The Penniless Peasant and the Selfish Sultan. Now, Elijah, do you know what a sultan is? He's sort of like a king or a prince, but this guy is really mean. Selfish, doesn't share anything with anybody. Now, you're not like that, are you, Elijah? I didn't think so. You look like a good guy. But today, for the story, you're going to play the part of the selfish sultan, okay? All right, so whenever I touch you on the shoulder like this in the story, you look at the audience and in a loud voice you go like this. I have it all. Okay? All right, everybody. Shh. Ready? Here we go. That's pretty good. Give them a hand. All right. What do you do? I do like this. Put your arms out like that. Like this. Say, I have it all. Good. Give them a hand. All right. Now, Gary, you like sports? All right. You're going to be the amazing athletes, okay? That means you're strong. So whenever I touch you on the shoulder, Gary, you look at the audience and go like this. I can do it all. All right. Let's try when I pat you on the shoulder. Go ahead. That's good. Give a hand. All right. Okay. Gary, you stand right about there for me, okay? All right. Now, what's your name again? Brianna? Okay, Brianna, you stand there. Now, you're going to play the part of the pretty professor. That means you're smart. Okay? So whenever I touch you on the shoulder, Brianna, you look at the audience and go like this, in a loud voice. I know it all. That's all you got to do. Okay? Let's try it. You guys just say, I know it all. Okay, that's good. You got to do it a little louder, though. Let's try again. Good. Give her a hand. All right. All right. Tyree, right? All right, Tyree, you stand right here, buddy, because you're going to play the part of the penniless peasant. You know what penniless means? You have nothing. Zip, zilch, big goose egg. You're poor. But you do have something very special, Tyree. You know what it is? It's right over here. What's there? A heart. You've got a big heart. So anytime I touch you on the shoulder, Tyree, you go like this. Cover your heart. Go ahead. Cover your heart. Look at the audience and say, I have a big heart. All right, real loud so everybody can hear you. That's good. Give them a big hand. All right. So, does everybody remember their parts? All right. Gary, you're the strong man. I can do it all. That's right. We have the pretty professor. And we have the selfish sultan. Oh, yeah. And then we've got the penniless peasant. Very good. Give them all another hand. All right. Now, Elijah, we got to make you look something like a sultan, so kind of turn and face the audience. I brought along a few little goodies here for you. Right over here. All right. Elijah, we got to make you look like a sultan, so I got this really stylish thing we're going to use on you here. Yes. That looks good. And I also have an official Sultan's hat for you, okay? There you go. Good. That looks great. Okay, Gary, you move over here. Brianna, you stand there. Tyree, you stand right there. Shoulder to shoulder, guys. A little closer. A little closer. Keep going, Brianna. Keep going. There you go. Right. Tyree, kind of move over a little bit, buddy. Don't worry. She ain't going to bite you. All right. We got a little room up here, okay? All right. Everybody remember their parts? Here we go. Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a sultan, a selfish sultan. Every day he spent his time in his big, beautiful castle, counting all of his riches. Didn't have any friends, didn't want any friends, but he was afraid everybody was after his money. Anytime he saw anybody out on the streets, he'd always brag about everything he had.
I have it all.
That's right, he had it all. He had good looks. He had a beautiful castle. He had loads of money. He drove around in a reigning 2009 Mustang. Every day he'd walk out on his balcony and look at all the people down below and he'd brag. And everybody in the village always looked up at him and he always went. You see, it wasn't that they didn't like the Sultan. They just felt sorry for him. He didn't have any friends. He didn't want any friends. Well, one day, this little guy named Tyree, who was a penniless peasant, comes walking into town, didn't have much of anything, but he did have one special thing. That's right, he had a big heart. He had something that the Sultan didn't have. Well, when the Sultan found out about this, he was mad. He was really mad. He looks really mad, doesn't he? In fact, he was so mad he was determined to throw Tyree in jail. Why? Because Tyree had something the Sultan didn't have. And that was a big heart. Well, he devised a scheme-ish plan. He was set out to find out who Tyree was and throw him in jail. So he came up with this very unusual situation. He called all his village craftsmen together. He says, guys, I want you to make me a big clear box. In that box, I want you to fill it with precious jewels and gems. And so they did. Ooh. Everybody go, ooh. Good, Tyree. Worth lots of money if they were real. Yes. In fact, it was a really interesting competition that the Sultan had come up with. Anybody in the village who could pick up this little tiny box with their little pinky would win all the jewels. Well, everybody in the village was overjoyed with that because most of the people in the village didn't have any money. They were poor. Well, the first person up the bat that day, what they didn't realize is that the Sultan had put a spell on this box. The only person that could pick up this box was somebody that had a big heart, and that was Tyree. Well, the competition began. The first person up was Gary. That's right. Gary slid up to the plate. He took his pinky, and he tried to pick it up off the box. Your pinky. 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 That's good, Gary. Try to pick it up. No, pick it up. But he couldn't budge it. All right, Gary, stand back. The next person up the bat happened to be the pretty professor. She knew it all, or so she thought she did. She stepped up to the plate. She took her pinky, and she tried to pick it up. But she couldn't budge it. Well, the Sultan was laughing his head off. Yeah. He said, let me show you how a professional can do it. He took his pinky and he tried. But he couldn't even budge it. Well, the last person up to bat happened to be Tyree, the penniless peasant. That's right, he stepped forward. He took his pinky and he tried to pick the box right up off the top here. Here's the handle there, Tyree. He plucked it right off the tray. Give him a big hand. Well, everybody in the village was overjoyed because Tyree won all of those jewels. But there's more to the story. You see, the Sultan realized something that day. He couldn't throw Tyree in jail. Tyree taught him a very valuable lesson. You see, Tyree, as kind-hearted as he is, was going to share all the jewels with everybody in the village. Well, the Sultan thought about this for a moment. He said, hey, you know, it doesn't matter how much money you have, or how strong you are, or how smart you are. The real magic comes from inside us and who we are and what we represent. And that, my friend, is called sharing and caring, and that's some seriously real magic. The end. And you know what? I think Elijah and the rest of the gang did an awesome Give them a big hand for coming out here today. Thank you, guys. Are you having a good time? Hey, you know, one of my all-time favorite books is American History. Does anybody here know who made the American flag? Me? No, not me. Actually, somebody by the name of Betsy Ross. Did you know it took Betsy about 3 months to make a little flag about this big? You see, she didn't have a sewing machine. Everything was done by needle and thread and by hand. Well, I got to wondering the other day, wouldn't it have been amazing if she knew a little magic? Could have snapped her fingers and made a flag in less than 5 seconds? We're going to do it today. And I need to borrow somebody to play the part of Betsy Ross. Oh, let's see. Somebody to play the part of Betsy. Would you like to help? Come on up here. All right, give her a big hand. Here she comes. Right over here. There you go. You stand right here. And I need 2 fellas to help me out. Oh, you're the orange. Come on up here. You stand right over here, buddy. And one more fellow. How about you? Just come on up here. You stand right here. Let's give them all a big hand. All right. So what is your name? Madison? Okay, Madison. Your name is Devin? And your name is? What is it? Fred? All right, let's give them all a big hand. All right. So we got Fred, we got Devin, we got Madison. All right. Now, Madison, you're going to play the part of Betsy Ross. All right, Fred and Devin here are going to play the part of Colonial Minutemen. You guys know what Colonial Minutemen are? They're soldiers. That's right, back in the colonial period. So I want you guys to stand shoulder to shoulder. Turn this way. Fred, there you go. Hands at your side. Feet together. Look straight out at the audience. Up your chest. Up it up. Oh, it is up. Okay. And I want you guys to look real mean. Look real mean. Look real stern. Oh, you guys look real mean. Okay. Now, I've got a few little goodies here, so we know that you guys are going to make good soldiers. I have some colonial hats for you. One for you. And I got some glasses so you guys can see exactly what you're doing. So, Fred, we're going to put that on your hair. And that one over here is for Devin. There you go, Devin. Okay, great. We're now ready to proceed. To get the flag, you got to have some cloth. So I brought 3 pieces of cloth. The first one is red. All right, Madison, hold that. The next one is white. Devin, hold that one for me. And the next one is blue. Hold on to that there. Red. Now, I also brought along a very old bag. This is an old collection bag they used many years ago to collect people's taxes. They would go door to door and people would put their money in. Well, you know what happened, Madison? The bag got so old that one day it ended up with a big hole in the bottom. I fixed that, though. I put a big zipper on the bottom here. Now nothing can fall out of there. All right. Now, are you ready to make a flag? This is going to be awesome. All right, I'll take the red handkerchief. I'll take the white one. Thank you. Fred, I'll take the blue one. Thank you. We'll put that in here. Now, Madison, raise your hand like this. Don't raise your hand on top. This is going to be awesome because oh, no. Where'd this come from? Now, Fred, you handed that to me, didn't you? Well, I must have dropped it. Here, hold on to that there for a second. You know, it's a good thing that Madison didn't wave her hand over the top because we really would have been in trouble. Uh-oh. Madison, did you wave your hand over the top? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, look at this. Oh, goodness. Now, that definitely is not going to work, is it? We got a flag, but we don't have any stars. Hey, are we going to give up that easy? Yeah. I think this calls for some extra special. All right. Would you do me a favor, David? Drop it right down in there for me, please. We're going to go ahead and give her the magic wand. There you go, Madison. I want you to wave it over the top. Tap it 3 times for me. Perfect. And you hold on to that there, Fred. Because when I reach in, we now have the American flag. There it is. Take it out. What color is the star background? Blue. Are we going to give turbocharged magic wand. And it's big, too. All right. All right. Now, Madison, put this on your shoulder. One hand goes up here. One goes underneath. Aim it right toward Devin and Fred. Okay. In a few moments, Madison is going to push the green button on that wand. When she does, smoke, lightning, and fire will shoot out of this wand. It'll hit the bag, and we'll have the flag. All right. You ready, Madison? All right, let me put your finger on the button. It's right there. Now, don't move your hand on the green one. Don't push the one beside it, the red one. You know what happens if you push the red button? Everybody's hair falls out. Here we go. All right, on the count of three, everybody say bang. 1, 2, 3. Push the button, Madison. Did you push it? Oh, wait a minute here. Hold everything. Yeah, she pushed it. Fred, did you see any smoke shoot out? Any fire? Any lightning down? Oh, I bet you it's the batteries. The batteries are always giving me the take the wand there. Wave it right over the top. Tap it 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Guys, wave your wands over the top. Tap it 3 times. And everybody say, imagine that. You know, those magic words are pretty powerful. Now, you know what, guys? I believe we have done something special. We made the American flag. Devin and Madison did such an awesome job. And you know what? If you guys go back to your seats, I think everybody here's got something for you. A great big round of applause. Thank you, guys. Alrighty. Well, has everybody had a good time today? Have you had a really good time? Looks like our time is just about up. But before we leave here today, there's a couple things I want to tell you. At the very end of our show today, Mr. Bruce is going to be over here at this table, and I'll have Roxy over there so you guys can pet him, okay? Secondly, today's also another special thing I want to tell you about. How many of you guys out there would like to learn how to do magic tricks? Oh, yes. Well, Mr. Bruce came out with a brand new DVD that teaches you how to make things float, and all sorts of things that you have around your house. And you can have a lot of fun with these DVDs, and I've got a bunch of them over here, so if any of you like one, have your moms and dads come up and see me, okay? And I'll autograph a copy for you and everything. All right? But at this time, I want you to give yourselves a big hand for being an awesome audience. And a big hand for all of my helpers for doing a great job. And until I see you all next time, you have a great day. God bless you. Keep reading, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
Hi, I'm Vanna White from America's favorite game show, Wheel of Fortune, where people get to solve puzzles for big prizes. Look at this. Another problem solved. Speaking of solutions, stay tuned as the Treehouse detectives use math, science, technology, and a few vowels and consonants to solve their latest mystery in the next exciting episode of the NASA Sci-Files, The Case of the Ocean Odyssey.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What is a tide? How are oceans formed? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Are you sure we're in the right place?
I think so. Kaylee told us to meet her at these coordinates.
This is a nice spot. Peaceful, remote, almost idyllic. Perfect for a picnic. Except for that group of people over there. Of course, your GPS might have been wrong. That's why I brought this compass. Let's see, judging by the sun's position...
Hey, Jacob, that's Kaylee and her friends over there.
Exactly. We should meet them right over there.
Hey guys, glad you could make it. Why don't you start cleaning up over there?
I thought we were supposed to be having a picnic.
Yeah, all that paddling made me hungry.
Sorry guys, we have to clean up first, then we can eat.
Then we'll just have to clean up again.
Yeah, but the team that picks up the most trash gets lunch and dessert.
I knew there had to be a catch.
Whoa, this is interesting. Hey guys! Hey guys, come here!
This is really strange. Now let's review the facts. We found 11 pairs of identical shoes on the beach, covered in what we believe to be an oily goo.
You mean oily substance?
Right, an oily substance.
Then we found globs of the oily substance all over the beach.
Sounds like we have ourselves another mystery.
Exactly.
I say we take a few pairs back to the treehouse for further research. Hopefully, we can figure out this mystery and clean up the beach.
And we might even score a cool new pair of shoes in the process. So they're a little waterlogged. They're still stylish, kind of retro.
What are those? We found all these shoes when we were cleaning up the beach. What's all the black stuff on them?
Not sure. But I got my dad to check them out, and he agrees with me. Oily globs of some kind.
This is Ted Toon. We are receiving a lot of calls about shoes on the beach, and they're covered with oily globs. I Am Listening is reporting live from the oceanfront.
Ted, shoes are washing up everywhere here on the beach, but we think we know the source. A ship that just docked in the harbor reports losing a container off the coast of Virginia in a storm a few days ago.
Isn't it unusual to lose a container?
Apparently not. Over 10,000 containers the size of semi-trailers are lost worldwide each year.
Have there been any reports of oil spills?
No, Ted, we have no reports of any spills.
If you have any leads about where the oil might have come from, please contact KSNN.
See, I knew that it was oil.
So if the container fell overboard, how did the shoes get on the beach?
That's easy. I would say if the shoes were lost off the coast, then the tide must have carried them into the beach.
Sounds like a good hypothesis, but we need to check a little more carefully. Remember, it's always important to do research before jumping to conclusions.
Why are you looking at me when you say that?
I just found a tidal chart, and it says that it was high tide when we found the shoes. I'm sure that's what carried them in.
Wait a minute. This is strange. Look at this shoe. I bought this same style 2 years ago. If they just fell off the ship, wouldn't they be the latest style? I think we need to bring up the problem board.
Good thinking. Okay, so what do we know?
We know that there are tennis shoes covered in oil washing up on the beach.
And that a cargo ship lost a container of shoes off the coast just a few days ago.
We also know that the shoes were found when the tide was high.
So what do we need to know?
We know that tides brought the shoes onto the beach. We need to speak to someone about tides. Maybe Dr. D can help us find an expert on tides. Kaylee, can you email him?
Print out our Get Up and Go sheets from the website, too. Visit the NASA Sci-Fi's website for lots of great tools to help you in your own investigations.
Wait a minute, we've got a call coming in from Tony.
Isn't he someplace in Florida?
Hi guys. Guess where I am? I'm staying in Jules Underwater Hotel, the world's only underwater hotel.
What are you talking about?
Right now, I'm 6.4 meters below the surface training for my future financial adventures.
I'll bet it has something to do with sunken treasure.
How did you know?
Underwater, money, it had to be sunken treasure.
My treasure hunt is going to take many days, so I'm training the same way NASA trains its astronauts for long-term space flight.
Wow, that's really cool.
The confinement, separation, and boredom of space travel are similar to being here in this underwater habitat.
I learned at space camp that you might become more irritable and sensitive to certain noises and odors after you've been confined.
They also say I'll have changes in mood, but I doubt that'll affect me. Mind over matter.
Right. Anyways, while you've been gone, we found a lot of tennis shoes on the beach, and they seem to have oil on them. We need to do some more research. Keep checking in, okay? Bye, Tony.
Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Look, an email from Dr. D. He wants a couple of us to go meet Dr. Hoffman at Water Country USA in Williamsburg. Dr. Hoffman's an oceanographer doing research at the park. Then he wants us to come see him at the pier on Dock 21DD.
Research at Water Country USA?
I feel like I'm at the ocean.
Except here, the waves are man-made.
Hi, Jacob and Catherine. I'm Dr. Hoffman from Old Dominion University.
Hi. This is a great place to do research.
We've been wondering, what is a tide exactly?
A tide is the regular rise and fall of the surface of the ocean due to the gravitational force of the sun and the moon on our Earth.
We learned that gravity is a force that exists between all objects.
And it makes objects fall to Earth.
That's right, and the bigger the objects and the closer they are to one another, the stronger the gravitational attraction between them.
The sun is much larger than the Earth and the moon, but a lot farther away from the Earth than the moon. So which one causes the tides?
They both do, but the moon plays the bigger role, being about twice as strong as the sun. As the two of them create a gravitational force on the Earth's oceans, it causes the water to move upwards towards the sun and the moon.
And the Earth's gravity holds the water down.
Right, but the tidal forces pull water sideways along the surface of the Earth, and this tug-of-war creates a bulge in the surface of the ocean.
If the moon's influence is stronger than the sun's, then is the bulge bigger beneath the moon?
Yes, and due to the rotational motion of the Earth-Moon-Sun system, there is also a bulge on the opposite side of the Earth away from the sun and the moon. These bulges of water are large waves that we call high tides.
So if the water bulges on opposite sides, then it must draw water away from the area between the bulges.
Very good, and that is where low tides occur.
How often do we have high and low tides?
Many coastal locations, such as the Atlantic and Pacific coast, experience 2 high and 2 low tides each day. But some areas, such as the Gulf of Mexico, only have 1 of each.
Do the tides in a particular place always occur at the same time?
No, but the answer is a little bit complicated. On average, high tides occur every 12 hours and 24 minutes. The Earth spins on its axis every 24 hours, so if you divide 24 by 2, you get 12. The extra 24 minutes is because of the moon's orbit about the Earth.
Would high tides help bring objects floating in the water onto the shore?
Tides do not typically have much of a role in transporting objects in the ocean. You can think of tides as a big sloshing motion where objects go as far in one direction as in the other. Here, let's check it out.
But what about the waves?
Jacob, can you get in the pool?
Can I?
See the waves around Jacob? They look like they're moving the water forward, but actually they aren't.
How is it that I stay in the same place?
Each particle of water in a wave moves around in a circle. Energy moves forward while water particles remain in the same place, so an object floating on the water will rise and fall as the wave passes, but the object will not move forward.
I think we definitely need more research about waves.
Me too. Thanks, Dr. Hoffman.
You're welcome. Enjoy the wave pool.
You better stop researching the waves if you want to get there on time. Bianca does not like to be late.
We're getting close. Isn't it 21 DD? There it is.
DD for Dr. D? He has his own boat dock?
Over here. Welcome to the Maury, Tidewater Community College's research vessel.
Dr. D, we learned about waves and tides, but we need to know more about oceans.
Let's start at the very beginning. You know how oceans formed?
You mean they weren't always here?
No, not always. When the Earth began about 4.6 billion years ago, volcanic eruptions helped to form an atmosphere. That included water vapor.
So were the oceans created when it rained?
That's right. About 3.8 billion years ago, the lower areas of the Earth's crust, called basins, filled with rainwater.
If the ocean is made from rainwater, why is it salty?
Well, in the beginning, it wasn't very salty.
So how did it get that way?
One way is from freshwater rivers. As they flowed towards the oceans, rivers dissolved minerals such as salt from the land, adding salt to the ocean.
But how can the ocean be more salty than the rivers?
When water evaporates from the oceans, it takes almost pure water away, leaving the salt behind.
Then for millions of years, the rivers carried salt into the oceans, and evaporation leaves it there.
Do the oceans continue to get saltier?
No, and they're not getting any less salty either. We say saltiness or salinity has reached equilibrium.
Why is the salinity of seawater so important?
One reason is that it's a major factor in creating ocean currents. Let's do an experiment. I'm going to pour salty water into fresh water. Let's see what happens.
The salty water went to the bottom. Why is that?
Salty water sinks to the bottom because it's denser than fresh water. A gallon of salt water weighs more than a gallon of fresh water. Jacob, test it out.
They both feel the same.
Salt water from the ocean is only about 3% heavier than fresh water. But even a small difference in density makes a real difference in currents.
Is there anything other than salinity that determines the density of water?
Yes, the temperature does.
I think we're going to have to learn more about how density makes currents.
I have a friend named Dr. Martins who can help you. He's doing research in an underwater laboratory called Aquarius. I'll give you his contact information.
Thanks, Dr. D.
What's up? Did the tennis shoes come from the recently lost container? Where did the oil globs come from? How did the tennis shoes get to the beach? Don't miss the next exciting chapter of the NASA Sci-Files.
In this segment of the Case of the Ocean Odyssey, look for the answers to the following questions. How do cold temperatures make water denser? How are surface currents created? How do you find the speed of a moving object?
Good morning, Kaylee. You're off to an early start.
I sure am. I was doing some research, trying to figure out how those shoes washed onto our beach. But I'm not sure what we need to know next.
We have a lot of information about tide, and Dr. D told us how oceans formed.
Speaking of oceans, I wonder how Tony's doing in his underwater habitat.
Let's call him.
Hi everyone. Today I started my day with a swim around the hotel exploring underwater. Then I came in for something to eat and I watched a video. This is a piece of cake. I'm not showing a single sign of irritation.
That's great, Tony. Dr. D told us about an underwater research lab called Aquarius.
I've been to their website. It's a really cool lab.
It'd be great to talk to some of the scientists that live and work.
I don't mean to be
in
rude, but I need to go. Talk to you later.
See you later, Tony. That was strange. What are you doing?
I'm taking notes for my IOI report.
IOI report? What's that?
Incidents of irritation. Tony's definitely showing symptoms of isolation.
Well, it's difficult to tell with Tony. He could have had a bad day with the stock market. I have the contact in here somewhere for the Aquarius expert. Here it is. Can you dial them up?
Sure.
Hi, I'm Dr. Martins. Glad you found me.
Hi, Dr. Martins. Dr. D told us that the density of water depends upon its temperature and salinity. But how does temperature make the water more dense?
Cold water molecules are packed together more tightly than warm ones, making cold water denser.
So do the density currents form near the north and south poles?
Exactly. The cold air at the poles cools the surface water, making it denser and causing it to sink.
What about salinity?
When ice forms in polar waters, it leaves behind salt, which increases the salinity of surrounding water. The higher salt content makes the polar water denser.
I learned that evaporation also makes water saltier.
That's right. In areas such as the Mediterranean Sea, where there's little rainfall and lots of heat, evaporation removes fresh water and leaves extremely salty water.
Where does the denser water go?
The denser polar water sinks and creates the thermohaline circulation.
Thermohaline?
Yes, thermo for temperature and haline for salinity. The cold salty water masses that create this circulation form in only two places. The water mass sinking off Greenland is called the North Atlantic Deepwater, or NADW. The water mass sinking off Antarctica is called the Antarctic Bottom Water, or AABW.
Where do these currents end up?
They both sink down several kilometers while spreading out horizontally and moving along the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. They eventually mix while circulating around Antarctica. Then they move into the deep Indian Ocean and finally into the Pacific.
So the water from the poles may one day end up on a beach in Hawaii?
I guess you can look at it like that. What goes down must come up. It takes the average water molecule 1,000 years to make the complete cycle.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yes, we call the cycle the global conveyor belt, and it has a large impact on climate.
I went swimming once and the water was really cold. My mom said it was an upwelling, but what's that?
The coastal upwelling that you experienced is different from thermohaline circulation. It only brings up cold water from a few hundred meters deep. It's also not as cold as AABW or NADW. Coastal upwelling is generally caused by wind.
Is upwelling important?
Good question. Upwelling brings lots of nutrients up from deep water. We are researching the impact of nitrogen, a crucial nutrient, on Florida Keys reefs.
How does upwelling affect the reef?
It appears that there have been major changes in the health and community structure of coral reefs here in the Keys and throughout the world. By observing the nitrogen composition of sponges, we can determine the importance of different nitrogen sources.
Wow, you've given us a lot to think about. Thanks, Dr. Martins.
You're welcome. Good luck on your project.
That was very interesting. Density currents might be the key to solving this mystery.
Remember the longshore currents we learned about in the case of the disappearing dirt? They move large amounts of sand from one place to another. If they can move sand, they can surely move shoes.
That sounds like our new hypothesis. If the container fell overboard and was caught in an upwelling, then the longshore currents brought the tennis shoes to the beach.
That's true, and the container was lost not far from the beach.
Hello! Dr. Textbook here. Did you know that the Gulf Stream once helped to solve a postal problem? Well, it seems that during colonial times, the colonists constantly complained of their snail mail taking 2 weeks longer coming from England than going to England. Well, the postal authorities in England contacted the Deputy Postmaster General, Benjamin Franklin, a man who I can greatly relate to. It seems that wily old Ben had a cousin who was a seafaring captain. His name was Timothy Folger, and Tim told cousin Ben about a strong surface current that comes from Florida up the east coast of America. When ships sailed to England, they went north and sailed in the stream. The swift current helped them sail faster and deliver the mail quicker. But ships sailing from England headed south, sailing against the stream, which slowed them down. Now, Mr. Franklin decided to draw a more detailed map of the current and named it the Gulf Stream because it flowed out of the Gulf of Mexico. When settlers from here at Jamestown Settlement in 1607 would send mail to England, they would use ships much like this replica of the Susan Constant. Many of you have heard the saying, sending a message in a bottle. Well, I'm going to send my own message in a bottle to my aunt who lives in England. I have this $100 bill. I'm going to write her name on the front of it, and I'm going to place it into the bottle. If the wind currents and the ocean speeds are correct, she can expect her own Ben Franklin to arrive in time to buy me a gift for my birthday. Here we go!
textbook just mentioned surface currents. I think that's our next investigation.
We need to open the problem board.
Good idea. We need to update and be current with our information. Okay, we know that old shoes and oil globs have washed up on the beaches around our area.
We know that tides don't carry items long distances.
And we know that density currents are cycles that cause global circulations of the ocean's water.
So what do we need to know?
Well, the lost cargo fell overboard, only a short distance from Virginia.
And if the tides didn't carry the shoes to the beach, then maybe it was some other type of surface current, like a longshore current. I think we need to know more about surface currents.
And we also need to know more about oil.
Did I hear you say something about oil?
How did you just pop in?
Someone must have dialed me up. I agree, we need to learn more about black gold. Oil. And how you find it and get it out of the ground.
I see that your mind is still focused on money. How's it going down there in your habitat?
It's great down here, really. There's a lot of cool things to look at underwater. It's so different from land. I think we need to... Did you hear that noise? I've got to go check it out. See you later.
Poor Tony. I think he's suffering from another IOI. My mom has a meeting with Dr. David Adamak at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. He researches currents. She said I can go with her to meet him.
Sounds like a plan. And Jacob's family's taking a vacation to Houston, Texas. I'll ask him to do some research in oil country. And don't forget to take a Get Up and Go worksheet from the NASA Sci-Files website with you.
Hi, Bianca. Thanks for meeting me here. I had a taping earlier today.
That's cool. I've had a little bit of experience in front of cameras. Dr. Adamek, we learned about density currents, but we need to learn more about surface currents. So what exactly is a surface current?
A surface current is water moving near the ocean's surface, above what we call the thermocline.
Thermocline. I know that therm has something to do with temperature.
Right, and cline means change, so a thermocline is a region of temperature change.
Where is the thermocline?
Typically between 50 and 150 meters deep.
So how do surface currents form?
Friction between the wind and the surface water causes that water to move.
We learned in the case of the mysterious red light about global wind patterns, and that winds blow in a certain direction depending upon where they're located on Earth.
Right. For example, the trade winds push the surface currents around in the tropics.
But are there other factors?
Oh, sure. Because the Earth rotates, there's turning due to the Coriolis effect.
Isn't that when the wind is deflected to the right in the northern hemisphere and the left in the southern hemisphere?
Yes. And another factor that steers currents is the topography, the hills and valleys on the ocean floor.
How does the topography underwater affect the surface currents?
I'll show you. Sit on the stool. Now don't try this without an adult, but I want you to stick your arms and legs out. And once I spin you, I want you to bring your arms and legs in close to your body, okay? You ready? What happened?
I spun slower when my arms and legs were out, and faster when they were in.
Topography does the same thing to currents. If a current flows over an underwater mountain, the water column gets flattened and compresses. That's you with your legs out. The water spins differently, and the currents get deflected.
Why are some surface currents cold and some others warm?
It depends on where the water's coming from. If it's coming from the poles, it's cold. If it's from the tropics, it's warm.
Do warm and cold currents affect the climate of an area?
It's a good question, Bianca. Yes, they do. For example, Ireland is pretty far north, and you might expect it to be cold there. But the Gulf Stream flows past Ireland, and the warm water heats the air, which helps to create a surprisingly mild climate. They even have palm trees in Ireland.
Really? With currents located in every ocean, I guess they could be responsible for bringing the tennis shoes and oil to our beach.
It's possible, but you've got to be careful. The same current can transport things to different places.
How does that happen?
You dropped the balls at the same time and all in about the same place. They ended up in different places. Why?
Is it because there are so many different variables, such as the pits in the pavement, or even the shape of the ball?
Exactly. The same thing happens in the ocean. Tiny variations in the current can lead to large differences where the current might actually move things like your tennis shoes.
Wow, that's amazing. I'm curious, why does NASA study currents?
Earth's oceans have the greatest influence on climate, and only from space can we monitor the vast oceans on a global scale and monitor critical changes in the currents and the heat storage.
Why is that so important?
Well, the oceans cover 70% of the Earth, and the currents in the ocean are an important part of the water cycle. Any change in the water cycle can cause major consequences on our Earth.
How does NASA monitor the ocean?
We use different satellites to monitor things like currents, waves, temperature, and pretty soon even salinity.
That's really interesting. I'm always amazed at all the research NASA does to help protect our Earth. Thanks, Dr. Adamek. This information has been very helpful.
You're welcome. And call if you have any more questions.
Are you ready for some research?
I love doing research with Dr. D.
Did you bring the items I requested?
Of course. I brought some old tennis shoes and Catherine brought some soccer cones.
Great. I wanted to meet you here at the Hubba Hubba Highway because the speed of its current is a lot like the Gulf Stream.
It looks like it's moving pretty fast. Does the Gulf Stream move that fast?
Let's find out. I brought a stopwatch and a measuring tape. We can find its velocity or speed.
I know the formula for velocity. It's distance divided by time. So if we measure the distance between 2 points and then time a floating object between them, then we can find the velocity.
Very good.
We need to do 5 trials. You should always do more than 1 trial in an experiment and then find the average.
Excellent. Next, we need to decide how far apart the 2 points should be and mark the distance with the cones.
How about putting them 10 meters apart?
Fine. What object should we time?
Oh, I get it. That's why we brought these tennis shoes.
That's correct. Let's get started.
Trials averaged 8.65 seconds. So if we use the formula and divide 10 by 8.65, that means that the velocity is about 1.2 meters per second.
The Gulf Stream's velocity averages between about 1 and 1.5 meters per second.
Wow. Both the Hubba Hubba Highway and the Gulf Stream move really fast.
Now it's time for you to experience the power of the Gulf Stream by swimming against the current.
It should be easy.
Let's see which one of you is a stronger swimmer.
I predict no contest.
That's right. I'll be the champ. Wow. That was a lot harder than I expected.
I can certainly see why it took 2 weeks longer to get mail in colonial days when the ships were sailing against the current.
Okay, there's still more research to do. Let's float around the Hubba Hubba Highway and see if we all float at the same speed.
This sounds like my kind of research.
So what's up? Did a surface or density current bring the tennis shoes onto the beach? Why is the velocity of a current important to solving this case? Will the Treehouse detectives discover oil? Don't go away. Stay tuned to learn what happens next in the case of the Ocean Odyssey.
Answer the following questions. What condition must exist for oil and gas to form? In North America, where does most oil pollution come from? What does the ocean floor look like?
Mr. Bernhard works here at the Houston Museum of Natural Science. I asked him if he could tell me more about oil and especially where to find it.
Welcome to the Houston Museum of Natural Science. You've come to the right place if you want to learn about oil.
I learned in school that oil, gas, and coal are called fossil fuels because they're made from plants and animals that lived millions of years ago.
That's correct, but we actually have to start further back than that when the Earth was first forming.
Really?
Billions of years ago, the Earth's crust began to move around on top of the Earth's hot liquid center. This movement created spaces between the land known as sedimentary basins. Let me show you.
That's what I call research.
Just imagine that the chocolate is the land and the chewy caramel is the Earth's liquid center. You see the sunken spaces opening? These basins made the perfect places for oil and gas to form.
Cool. So what happened after the basins formed?
These basins fill with water, forming oceans, seas, and large lakes. Billions of microscopic plants and animals thrived in these basins.
How did the plants and animals become oil?
The plants and animals died, and their remains piled up on the basin floor. This organic matter eventually transformed into oil and gas.
Wouldn't the dead plants and animals just decay and decompose?
Under normal conditions, yes, but for oil and gas to form, anaerobic conditions must exist.
What are anaerobic conditions?
Those are just places where there's no oxygen present. The organic material was then covered by sediment, forming distinct layers of sedimentary rock. Have a look at this.
That's cool. So once the organic matter is covered with sediment, how does it become oil?
The weight of the layers of mud and sand, combined with heat from inside the earth, turn the mud and sand into layers of rock.
We learned that the deeper you go into the earth, the hotter it gets.
That's right. And as the organic source rock was buried deeper and deeper, temperatures reached 100 to 150 degrees Celsius, cooking the organic matter into a gooey black soup that became black gold, or Texas tea.
Tony would like to hear about black gold.
The rock above the oil may look solid, but it actually is very porous and contains millions of tiny holes. You see this flask of oil and water? Can you tell which layer's on top?
It's definitely the oil.
You're correct. Oil is lighter than water, so it keeps floating up through the spaces in the rock above it. It will eventually either reach the surface or be trapped by an impermeable layer of rock.
You mean rock without holes?
Yes. This layer traps the oil and it begins to build a reservoir.
This information is really helpful. Now I just need to find out how you get the oil out of the ground.
We've got some great exhibits here to help you learn how oil is extracted. Feel free to look around.
Thanks, Mr. Bernhard.
You might also want to talk to Mr. Wells. He's at the Ocean Star Museum in Galveston. He used to be a working oil rig.
That would be great.
Hi, Jacob. How can I help you?
Can you research any recent oil spills from oil rigs?
Of course I can. We're here doing research right now.
For some great tools to help you evaluate the content of websites, visit the NASA SciFiles website. Hi, Mr. Wells. I'm Jacob.
Hello, Jacob.
Can you tell me more about offshore oil exploration and production?
Sure. This is the perfect spot. We are standing on the drill floor of the Ocean Star.
Wow. This looks very interesting. What's the tower for?
It's called a derrick. It has a pulley system for raising and lowering lengths of casing and drill pipe.
Casings?
Yes. Casing is steel pipe that forms the wall of the wellbore to ensure the stability of the well we've drilled.
What happens next?
Next, a drill bit is attached to the drill pipe, and the whole assembly rotates like a hand drill to cut the hole.
I read about drill bits. They can cut through rock.
That's right. Actually, they're specifically designed to just do that. As we rotate the drill pipe and the drill bit, it cuts up the rock, and we pump mud down the drill pipe to help bring the cuttings back to surface.
Mud? You mean like water and dirt?
Well, not exactly. This is a specialized drilling fluid we use to help cool the bit and bring the cuttings back to the surface.
Do you always find oil when you drill?
Unfortunately, not always. But through new technology, NASA satellite imaging, and seismic techniques, we've actually greatly increased our chances of finding oil.
Once you find oil, how do you get it out of the ground?
After removing the drill pipe and bit, production tubing is put into the wellbore. Then a perforating gun is used to make holes through the cement and casings so the oil can flow into the well.
We're looking for a source of oil pollution in the ocean. Are there offshore oil rigs on the east coast of the United States?
Actually, there aren't any. Most of them are in the Gulf of Mexico. Did you know, on a worldwide basis, less than 3% of the oil pollution comes from offshore exploration and production operations? In fact, the ones that I've been involved in, it's little, if any.
Wow, that's not very much. Where does most of the oil pollution come from?
Actually, in North American waters, greater than 60% comes from natural seepage.
You mean it just bubbles up from the floor of the ocean?
That's right. Once the oil moves up through the earth to the ocean floor, it just rises to the surface.
Because oil is less dense than water.
Very good. And the Gulf of Mexico is one of the largest natural sources of oil seepage in North America.
It sounds like we need to learn more about oil seepage.
That's a good idea. A marine geologist can help you learn more about the geology and topography of the ocean floor.
Thanks, Mr. Wells.
You're welcome. While you're here, let me show you more of the drilling rig.
Hi, Jacob. Welcome back.
Did you find out if there have been any reported oil spills from oil rigs?
I have, and there hasn't been a single report of an oil spill or oil rig accident.
That's good. Mr. Wells had mentioned that oil sometimes just naturally seeps from the ocean floor.
Maybe that's a lead. I also did some research on the tennis shoes with the calculations from Water Country.
What did you find?
Even if the surface current traveled as fast as the Gulf Stream, the shoes from the container couldn't get here as quickly as they did.
Guess it wasn't surface currents. This investigation is getting interesting. I think we need to go to the problem board.
Okay, we know that tennis shoes and what we believe to be oil globs washed up on the beach.
We know that currents travel long distances around the world and could have brought the shoes in from far away.
And oil reserves formed millions of years ago in sedimentary basins. And that some oil seeps out naturally.
We also know now that there are no reported oil spills from offshore rigs or oil tankers.
I think we need to verify what was in the container that fell overboard last week. You know, I am as good at jumping to conclusions.
We also need to know if natural seepage caused our oil globs.
We had better not tell Tony, or he'll be looking for oil in his spare time.
I'm serious. I think that needs to be our new hypothesis for the oil globs. If oil is seeping naturally from somewhere along the East Coast, then it will wash up on our beach.
I wouldn't be too quick to make this seeping possibility our hypothesis. Remember in your report, Mr. Wells said that the Gulf of Mexico is the largest natural seepage area.
But Jacob could be onto something. Maybe we need to learn more about seeping oils and the topography of the ocean floor.
Mr. Wells did suggest that we talk to a marine geologist.
We need to find a marine geologist to help us out.
I remember Mr. McNitch. He told us about hot spots on the ocean floor in the case of the disappearing dirt. I think he might be just the person to talk to.
Good idea. He's from the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, or VIMS for short. We need to see if Kaylee can meet up with him.
Oh, by the way, Jacob, Tony told us that the lack of noise is starting to get to him. But I'll ask him about natural oil seepage.
Kaylee said she would be able to meet with him, but Dr. McNitch referred us to Miss Jennifer Mazelis.
I'm here at VIMS with Miss Mazelis. She's showing me the vessels they use to map and take core samples. We learned that there are mountains and valleys on the ocean floor, and that there's natural oil seepage. We need to know more about the topography of the ocean. Can you tell me exactly what the floor looks like?
It's magnificent. Under the ocean, you can find the tallest mountains, the deepest valleys, and the flattest plains on Earth.
Sounds fascinating, but I don't see any mountains or valleys when I swim.
That's because where you swim is actually the continental shelf. This area is located along the edge of the continent and can extend 10 to 200 kilometers offshore.
So are mountains the next area?
No, next comes the continental slope. It starts at the edge of the shelf and dips steeply until you reach the abyssal plain, which is one of the flattest areas on Earth.
And the next area is where the tallest mountains are, right?
Right. In the middle of the ocean, there are mountain ridges called mid-ocean ridges. This is where the seafloor is spreading apart, making new seafloor and building mountains.
I learned about the seafloor spreading apart in the case of the shaky quake when we learned about plate tectonics.
Very good. You'll also find volcanoes over those ridges and over hot spots in the Earth's crust. If a volcano grows tall enough to rise above sea level, they form islands.
Just like the Hawaiian Islands, didn't they form over a hot spot?
That's right. And if a volcano doesn't break the surface of the water, then it's called a seamount. There are also deep ocean trenches.
I always thought of the ocean as sandy.
Under the ocean is a whole world just waiting to be discovered, and that's where the core samples come in.
Why do you take core samples of the ocean floor?
Seismic reflection images show buried ancient river channels located near here during the last ice age. Coring helps us to verify that they exist.
It seems like we have another mystery, and we need your help.
Sure thing. What can I do?
Right now, we're trying to find out where the oil globs on our beach came from. Mr. Wells said that oil sometimes seeps out naturally from the ocean, so we need to learn more about oil seeps.
Oil and gas can seep directly onto the surface of the Earth, or into the oceans.
Are seeps very common?
Yes, they're quite common. Did you know in California, every oil and gas field discovered between 1860 and the early 1900s was actually found by people seeing it seep up from the Earth?
So how does oil and gas seep out?
Seeps can come from a single point or from as many as 30,000 individual little holes. Divers describe high seepage areas as looking like a whole bunch of gopher holes.
How much oil and gas seeps out?
It varies from place to place and can range from nearly impossible to detect to thick oil films with globular deposits called tar balls.
That sounds like what's on our beach. We learned that most of the oil seepage occurs along the Gulf of Mexico, so we thought that a current could be carrying the oil globs to our beach. But we learned that there aren't any currents that carry things to Virginia from the Gulf of Mexico.
What about the Gulf Stream?
We know that the Gulf Stream flows northward from the central part of the Atlantic Ocean and turns back towards Europe up around Canada. So I don't think that's the answer.
You might want to learn more about the Gulf Stream.
You're right. Maybe it is the Gulf Stream. Thanks, Ms. Mazelis.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure to help out the Treehouse Detectives. Let me show you something else.
Tony. Welcome to the Underwater Research Lab.
Neat place, Dr. D. Thanks for inviting me.
I understand that you have some exploration in mind.
Oh, I certainly do. I was amazed to find out how much scuba divers can accomplish when they stay in an underwater habitat like the Aquarius.
Scuba divers generally have a maximum depth of 40 meters, and with special equipment, maybe up to 600 meters.
Why can't they go deeper?
Well, the real problem is pressure. The deeper you go in the ocean, the greater the pressure.
Why is pressure a problem?
Well, look at this bottle.
How did you crush the bottle, Dr. D?
I didn't. The pressure crushed the bottle as I brought it down to the lab from the surface. Every 10 meters out in the ocean, the pressure increases by 1 atmosphere.
So what if my treasure is, say, theoretically, deeper than 600 meters?
You can use a submersible or mini submarine. They have thick reinforced walls instead of increased air pressure. Can go as deep as 6,500 meters.
So you're saying if I brought a glass bottle down to the Aquarius, it wouldn't collapse because it's stronger than the plastic bottle?
Very good. Another type of submersible is an ROV, or remotely operated vehicle. In fact, I have one right here.
You're kidding.
Well, mine is a lot smaller than a research vessel, and it uses radio control instead of a cable.
Maybe I could use an ROV to help with my treasure hunt.
Good idea. Besides locating large treasure ships, we can also use these vehicles to inspect oil rigs and pipelines, and to investigate ocean ridges and geothermal vents.
What are these?
These are my 2 other submersibles called RBUVs.
Let me guess. Rubber band underwater vehicles.
You're really on the ball. Let's go outside and have an RBUV race.
So what's up? Will the treehouse detectives figure out how to clean up the oil? Where do those tennis shoes really come from? Join us for the final chapter of The Case of the Ocean Odyssey.
In the finale of The Case of the Ocean Odyssey, you need to look for the answers to the following questions. What are absorbents? How is an oil spill cleaned up? What is dispersion?
Are you still examining those shoes?
I believe now that these shoes have traveled a long way.
Why do you think that?
I was just reading about a cargo ship that lost a container near Japan years ago.
Yes, I remember that. And about 10 years later, the shoes washed up on the shoreline of Seattle, Washington.
I am listening here, bringing you this report live from Virginia Beach. Recently, I reported that a container of shoes fell overboard near the coastline. I would now like to retract that report because we have new information which reveals that the container actually held rubber ducks. I apologize for the misinformation and for jumping to conclusions.
I thought my calculations were correct. I knew those shoes couldn't have come from that container.
They got to the beach too quickly, right? So what do we do now?
Problem board, Jacob. Okay, we know that the shoes can travel a very long distance.
We know that currents can move objects long distances, so they probably got to the Virginia coast through the Gulf Stream.
And we still need to know how the shoes got from the Gulf Stream to the beach and where they originally came from. We now know that oil seeps out naturally.
Right now, that seems to be the only answer to the oil glob mystery.
Even though the oil seeped out naturally, it still made a mess of the beach. I think we need to learn how the oil can be cleaned up. The NASA Sci-Fi's Kids Club website has a posting about cleaning up oil spills. It's with the Key Largo School in Key Largo, Florida. They're working with mentors from the Society of Women Engineers. Teachers, to learn more about getting a classroom mentor, visit the NASA Sci-Fi's website.
Let's dial them up.
Hi, I'm Lava. I'm Jacqueline, and this is Devin. We're in Mrs. Dunn's 4th grade class.
Hi, we saw on the NASA Sci-Fi's Kids Club website that you're working on an experiment to clean up an oil spill. What kind of oil did you spill?
It's not a real oil spill, but a simulated one. We used vegetable oil and cocoa powder and mixed it together to make an environmentally friendly oil.
That's a good idea. Crude oil such as motor oil can be damaging to the environment, even on a small scale.
Exactly. Next, we made our own mini ocean by pouring 5 milliliters of salt into a shallow aluminum pan full of water. Then, we slowly poured our oil on top of the water in the pan.
What happened?
Because oil is lighter than water, it spreads out and floats on top. It looks kind of pretty with rainbow colors, but it isn't so pretty when we try to clean it up.
What do you use to clean it up?
We are trying a variety of things, such as absorbents, skimmers, and detergents.
What are absorbents?
Absorbents are materials such as straw, sawdust, and peat moss used to absorb the oil off the top of the water.
So did the absorbents help clean up the oil?
Not very well. We still have a lot of oil left and it's very messy. Next, we are trying spoons to simulate skimmers, which are bowl-shaped devices used to skim the oil off the top of the water.
Does that work better than the absorbents?
No, and we didn't get much oil either. Last, we are trying detergent. That works much better. The oil immediately moves and forms globs, but a lot of detergent wouldn't be good for the environment.
That would turn into one big bubble bath. So what did you conclude with your experiment?
We concluded that there is no easy way to clean up an oil spill, but the best thing is to prevent them from ever happening.
I agree. Thanks for sharing your experiment with us.
You're welcome.
Goodbye from Mrs. Dunn's class at Key Largo School in Key Largo, Florida.
Wow, cleaning up oil is complicated and not so easy. It seems like it would take years to get the job done.
I spilled oil on my mom's kitchen floor, and it took forever just to clean a small amount up.
I know that oil spills are not good for the environment, especially for all the plants and wildlife in the ocean and along the coastline.
We need to learn more about cleaning up oil spills and what the impact to our environment might be. I'll email Kaylee and ask her if she can help us find someone to talk to.
I've been looking at Kaylee's IOI report, and I wonder how Tony's doing living in the underwater habitat. Can you dial him up? Hi, Tony. How's it going?
Have you guys been watching me the whole time?
Tony, Kaylee's been keeping an IOI report on you, and you know what? We think it's time for you to come up to dry land.
I hate to admit it, but I think you're right. I guess the treasure hunt will have to wait. Thanks. I'll see you soon.
Hurry back.
I'm proud of Tony. I know that was hard to do.
There's breaking news in the oil glob mystery. I Am Listening is reporting from Florida.
Ted, we now have reports that oil globs and tar balls have washed up all along the East Coast. It looks like it's all coming from here in the Gulf of Mexico.
That's a pretty big place. How did they find the location of the seepage?
Satellites did the trick.
What? Did you say something about lights?
No, Ted. NASA satellites revealed the presence of this seepage.
Oh, yes, of course. NASA is always on the job.
Okay, it appears that the oil is coming from the Gulf of Mexico, but we still need to find out how it got to Virginia. Remember, Miss Macelis told Kaylee to do some more research on the Gulf Stream.
Didn't Dr. Textbook say something about the Gulf Stream being named after the Gulf of Mexico?
You're right, Bianca. We need to do some more research.
And what about those shoes? I guess NASA satellites can't see shoes from space.
Wait a minute. Kaylee found an environmental engineer at NASA Wallops Flight Facility who can tell us the impact of an oil spill. And she says RJ is there to meet with her now.
That's great, but we still need to solve the mystery of where the tennis shoes and oil globs came from.
We're getting closer. Let's not get discouraged.
Dr. D also emailed and said that Dr. Moisen at NASA Wallops Flight Facility could help us learn more about coastal currents.
Let's ask RJ to talk to him too, and be sure to have him ask about the Gulf Stream.
Ms. Fields is an environmental engineer here at NASA Wallops Flight Facility on the eastern shore of Virginia. She has agreed to meet with me.
Hi, RJ. I read Kaylee's email and I checked out your research on the internet. I understand that you want to learn more about the impact of oil spills and how to clean them up.
Yes, we have lots of oil globs on the beach, and we're all worried about the plants and animals.
Well, you have good reason to worry. The toxic properties of oil can damage or destroy plants and animals. I mean, just a dime-sized blotch of oil on a bird can impair its insulating ability, resulting in hypothermia and death.
That's really serious. How do you clean up oil spills?
Well, the typical cleanup method for ocean spills is to contain the oil with floating booms and then pump it back into recovery tanks. Now, sometimes we do apply chemicals to help disperse the oil slick.
Oil has made a mess of our beach.
I can only imagine. And people don't want to go to a beach that's full of oil globs. Watch how a little oil spreads out, creating a slick on the water.
Wow, it really spread out.
Yes, and a small amount of oil can cause a lot of damage. Look at how the oil clings to the feather. The oil coats the surface of plants and animals, effectively smothering them.
Our area depends on tourism, so I'm sure that the oil on the beach is hurting businesses. Who is responsible for cleaning up the oil from a spill?
Well, whoever spilled the oil is responsible for getting it cleaned up.
Who makes sure they clean up all the oil?
Well, in the United States, it's the Environmental Protection Agency or the Coast Guard.
We learned about cleaning up oil spills from our NASA Sci-Files Kids Club. But aren't there other ways that could be done?
Well, during an oil spill, it's critical to try to clean it up before it reaches land and affects the shoreline. So we need to be able to predict where it's headed. The paper dots simulate our oil slick. The slick moves with the water current, and then it's reversed by the wind and wave action. The waves also act to break up and disperse the slick.
So how do you predict where it's headed?
Well, we use planes to fly over the oil slick and we map its location. Then we use current, weather, and ocean forecasts to create a computer model to predict where it is headed to next. We also use satellites to track which way the oil spill is going to go.
If the oil is at sea, why don't you just let nature take its course and clean it up?
Well, waves will gradually disperse the oil, but it can take a long time depending on the amount spilled. If we act quickly to recover the oil, we can protect the environment.
How long does it take the environment to recover from an oil spill?
It can take years for natural environments to fully recover. That's why it's so important for people to realize that oil spilled in large accidents is not the only way to contaminate the ocean.
What do you mean?
Well, the everyday buildup of small spills and debris can have a significant impact. Stormwater flows over parking lots and streets, and it carries the oil into rivers and streams when it ends up eventually in the ocean.
I never thought of that. I guess that's why it's so important to recycle after you change the motor oil in your car.
Yes, and it's also helpful if there's a buffer zone of vegetation that can trap some of the pollutants.
Looks like we have our work cut out for us. The oil that's on the beach is from natural seepage, so I guess each city will have to clean its own beach.
I'm sure they'll be looking for some good volunteers.
Yes, and I know of 6 volunteers who can help in the beach cleanup. Thanks, Miss Fields.
You're welcome.
Do you know where I can find Dr. Moisen?
I sure do. Come on.
Hi, RJ. I'm glad you found me. Dr. D said you'd be coming by.
Hi, Dr. Moisen. We're trying to figure out the final pieces to our mystery. Well, we had some tennis shoes washed up on the beach, and we don't know where they came from.
And that sounds like a real mystery.
It really is. We think that the shoes came from someplace far away, that the ocean currents brought them to Virginia.
That's very possible.
We know that the Gulf Stream flows along the coast of Virginia. We're not sure how the shoes got from the Gulf Stream onto the shore. Dr. D suggests that we come learn more about coastal currents. Are coastal currents different?
Yes, they are. Coastal currents can be located on the surface or on the bottom of the ocean, and they can be formed by density differences or tidal processes, but they are always found near the shoreline.
Well, it doesn't sound like they are the answer.
They could be, but first let's talk about dispersion.
What's dispersion?
Suppose you placed 100 yellow ducks in the center of a pool, turned off the pumps, and went away for 24 hours. Where do you suppose the ducks would be when you came back?
Probably in the center of the pool, because there aren't any currents to move them around.
Actually, you would find them randomly distributed or dispersed throughout the pool.
Why wouldn't the ducks all be in the same place?
Small-scale circulation patterns in the pool that move the water around will actually affect where these objects in the pool go. It could be something as small as a gust of air.
But if the tennis shoes came from far away, they floated in currents that were already moving.
Yes, but major currents have lots of eddies, filaments, swirls, and even jets that interact with and move objects.
What are eddies and filaments?
Eddies are formed when a current doubles back to form a small whirl, and filaments are meanders that come off from the current.
So maybe the eddies or filaments brought the tennis shoes into the shore.
That's possible because shoes caught in these small currents could travel across these major currents.
Does the Gulf Stream have any eddies or filaments?
Yes, lots of them. There are even large circulation eddies that break off from the Gulf Stream.
I think that's the answer to our oil glob mystery. The loop current in the Gulf of Mexico. Now for the shoe mystery. Do coastal currents complete the process of bringing the shoes on shore?
Yes, they can, but most of the shoes would not make it.
If they float, won't they eventually end up on shore?
No, most will end up in the Sargasso Sea.
That's the place in the Atlantic Ocean with a lot of seaweed. Why there?
Large circulation gyres in the North Atlantic Ocean move in circular clockwise pattern. Floating objects within these waters tend to move towards the center of rotation.
I guess if the coastal currents could bring the shoes on shore, now all you have to do is find out where the container fell off the ship.
Sounds like a good idea.
And if the location's right, we will then know if it's possible that the currents, dispersions, and coastal currents brought them on shore. Thanks, Dr. Moisen.
You're welcome. Glad I could help. Keep me posted.
Dr. D, we think we're close to solving the mystery.
That's great. What's the solution?
KSNN reported that the oil came from the Gulf of Mexico.
It was natural seepage. But we talked to Dr. Moisen and did some research and found out that the loop current, then the Florida current, and finally the Gulf Stream might have brought it up to the East Coast.
But we're still investigating the shoes. I sent an email to the Very Good Shoe Company, and they said that 26 months ago a container filled with their shoes fell overboard off the coast of North Africa.
We learned that on the eastern edge of the North Atlantic Ocean, by North Africa, the current flows south. Then the current flows west across the Atlantic before turning north into the Gulf Stream.
We learned at Water Country USA that the Gulf Stream moves pretty fast.
So we think that the shoes are probably the same ones that fell overboard off the coast of North Africa. But a little over 2 years seems like a long time to get to Virginia.
I know. I'll call Dr. Adamek. I'm sure he can help.
Good idea. If he confirms that it could take 26 months, then maybe the shoes and oil just happened to meet right here in Florida, where I was.
Then the shoes and the oil floated up the coast of Virginia?
That's our hypothesis.
Hi, Dr. Adamek. We have another question. How long does it take a floating object, like a shoe, to be carried by the currents from the coast of North Africa to Virginia?
Well, it's impossible to give you an exact time, but given average currents, the winds, and the recent storm tracks, I would estimate about 2 years.
Thanks, Dr. Adamek. I think our case is solved.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could help.
I have an idea. Maybe these numbers on the shoe label can be used to track the shoes. Let's email the Very Good Shoe Company, and let's see if they can confirm that these are the shoes that were on the lost shipment.
Good idea, RJ. Doesn't hurt to continue to test your hypothesis, just to make sure.
I wonder what happened to those rubber duckies that I'm Listening said fell overboard off the coast of Virginia.
Well, maybe some NASA Sci-Fi's Kids Club members in North Africa will find them some years in the future.
Wouldn't that be interesting?
Tony, have you given up your search for sunken treasure?
I'm glad you asked. Actually, I'm looking for someone financially gifted, like yourself, to help fund my project.
Well, I can't commit financially, but if you need a diving partner...
Right. Remember the buddy system, critical for diving. And it also helps you avoid the grumpy treehouse detective syndrome.
Grumpy? Me? I'm not grumpy. I'm the perfect picture of composure. I mean, stock market, fluctuations have you going once in a while, but...
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we celebrate the national competition victory of one of our outstanding students in the Department of Chemistry and talk about the valuable research opportunities MTSU affords its undergraduates. We catch up with the director of the Center for Educational Media at MTSU and talk about how it supports the work of our difference makers in the College of Education. And we meet the chair of the Department of World Languages, Literatures, and Cultures and talk about the community of scholars within this important program in the College of Liberal Arts. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU offers students plentiful opportunities in undergraduate research, especially in the College of Basic and Applied Sciences. And one of those opportunities paid off big for a biochemistry student who recently won a national research competition with ties to the renowned Mayo Clinic. Joining me is Dr. Kevin Bicker from the Department of Chemistry and Jana Abu-Rama, a student in Dr. Becker's lab. Kevin and Jana, welcome to the program.
Glad to be here.
We've got a lot to cover, not a lot of time. Let's start at the very beginning. Let's talk about your laboratory and how you attract some of the best students to work as researchers.
Sure. So my lab focuses on the development of molecules called peptoids as antimicrobial agents. Jana was a student of mine in honors organic chemistry, a class I teach. And so then I brought her into my lab, and she's been working there for the past couple of years.
And we've got big news to break here. You received a national research competition victory. Really cool, really outstanding. Let's talk a little bit about what you presented and what you were recognized with.
So I do work in Dr. Bicker's lab, and so I had the opportunity of presenting my research at the National Conference of Undergraduate Research in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and there was a pre-conference competition I could apply for, and it was the Mayo Clinic Health System Social Determinants of Health Challenge. So I applied to it. They picked 20 students nationally. I was one of those, the only one from the state of Tennessee. And then they split us up into 4 groups of 5 students, and we kind of worked together. We were all given a challenge, just spur of the moment. Nobody even knew what was going on or what the challenge was about. That was kind of what they were going for, is just to put us on the spot in an environment we didn't know. Each group was assigned a county. We were assigned Clark County from Wisconsin. And from there, we had to solve one of the major health issues currently in that county. So ours was mental health. So how are we going to solve that? We had to look up a lot of different things, speak to people. We only had 2 hours to do it, and my team won.
Came out victorious. How did your work in the laboratory here at MTSU, how did it prepare you for that kind of challenge?
Well, in Dr. Bicker's lab, we work as a team. So everybody kind of works with each other. We have different projects, but we help out a lot where we can. And so I was already accustomed to working as a team. When things don't work out in the lab, and that happens more often than I would like to say, but you know, you have to figure out how we're going to solve this issue. You have to think critically, think outside the box. All of those tools kind of applied. Although I wasn't in the lab with this competition, a lot of the things I learned working in the lab and perseverance and things like that helped me work with my team to solve this mental health issue that we were given.
Wow, what a great story, and what a great example that I know you hold up as the type of work you can do in your laboratory, but not just with you, but probably all of your professor colleagues in the Department of Chemistry.
Yeah, so undergraduate research across campus, including in our department and college, focuses not on just developing the technical skills that are going to benefit students at the next stage of their career, but also a lot of the soft skills like time management, critical thinking, problem solving in the moment, working through difficult circumstances and working in teams. These are the sorts of things that are more difficult to teach in a classroom setting, but are pretty easy to cover within a research setting.
I know this sounds obvious, but I'd like folks to hear it from you. Why is it important, and why is it an advantage at MTSU to be an undergraduate in that kind of research environment?
Yeah, so in addition to some of the technical and soft skills that you build, there are networking opportunities, opportunities to practice your scientific communication. My students are presenting their research every week, or other people's research. And then specifically at MTSU, we have such good mentor-mentee relationships. Undergraduate research is a prime focus at MTSU, and so our students get opportunities here that they don't necessarily get at other larger research institutions.
Wow. You are about to graduate in December. Congratulations, biochemistry, right?
Yes.
So how did you come to select MTSU, and how important was the research component in making that choice?
Well, I knew I wanted to get involved in research. I want to go into medicine one day, but I was like, okay, I just want to make sure that's definitely what I want to do. I want to see everything I can. I want to see the behind the scenes. Like, drugs have to be developed for physicians to administer them. I wanted to kind of see what happens in a lab, and I wanted to get that experience. I thought it would teach me a lot, and it really has. And so MTSU was one of the major schools in Tennessee that was going to allow me to be able to do so many conferences and traveling and give me lots of opportunities. And I knew people that had previously gone here, and so hearing their relationships and the things that they've been able to do, I wanted to be able to do that for myself as well. So I was really wanting to go here.
Now that you're a graduating senior, because we're entering those final months here at MTSU, looking back, what are your fondest memories? I know this has to be one of them, but what are some other things, if you were talking to another student, man, this really made the difference for me at MTSU?
I think having smaller class sizes with the Honors College, I was able to be closer to my professors, and that's how I was able to be in Dr. Vickers' Honors Organic class, and I had the opportunity of being in his research lab. And I've traveled a lot, and I love to travel, and I've got to share what I love to do, and I'm enthusiastic about it. It's great to be able to go places and present things that you're passionate about, and people listen and make a difference.
Wow.
And that's one of the best things I've been able to do here.
Well, Jana, congratulations on your honor. Kevin, thanks for all the great work you do here at MTSU.
Sure.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars, no matter what they pursue. We do it. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it get too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Each year, our partners with MTSU's Center for Educational Media come to visit us with news about the services provided to the campus and K-12 educators throughout the state of Tennessee. This is already a busy summer for the center, and here to tell us all about it is its director, Dr. Laura Clark. Laura, welcome to the Center for Educational Media. I say that because this is your center. We are actually in your studio. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you. So happy to be here.
We've got a great partnership between Out of the Blue and the center. We appreciate everything you've done for this program, but we're going to not talk about that. We're going to talk about everything you're doing for the state of Tennessee and the wonderful teachers who rely upon the center as a resource for so many things. So let's talk first about the Center for Educational Media. Describe its mission, what you accomplish.
The Center for Educational Media has been established for quite some time on campus, and it's evolved over the years into what we are now, which is a center first that serves the College of Education and the work of education in the state of Tennessee, and campus functions as well, but our primary function is serving COE. We do media production on site, we do it virtually. We are a professional development center and event center, but we're primarily a supporter of the work of educators through media.
You know, the center is really a large physical center. I don't think everybody truly understands how many events you put forth and the variety of those events. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So we have events that are large on-site events. We serve professional organizations statewide who will hold conferences here. We serve the Tennessee Department of Education. We serve regional organizations, but again, the common thread is if they are supporting the work of K-12 education, they have a place to come here. The MTSU Center for the Study and Treatment of Dyslexia is one of our best partners, and they are leaders in the state and nationally in research on dyslexia and to offer professional development to teachers of all classes to understand how do we help children with dyslexia. We've had a real growth in the last year of partnering with the Tennessee Department of Education. And a recent event that we had was the Tennessee Mental Health Collaborative. For a full day in our Professional Development Center, we had school counselors, school psychologists, social workers, administrators coming to learn how do we address issues like trauma-informed instruction, adverse childhood experiences, and how do we understand that and take it back to support these vulnerable children in our schools.
The College of Education talks about how its faculty and its students and alumni are difference makers.
Yes.
I think everything you've just described illustrates that. How does the center feed into that?
Teachers are the ones that can bring ideas to children, can bring new learning, can bring confidence. We work with non-traditional people, and who are those? Those are the people who graduate from college, go out into the work world, and decide they want to come back to become school counselors, to earn further licensure in ESL, to earn a doctorate to go into administration, to earn a doctorate to go into higher education. So it's a dual level of difference making. Difference making captures the essence of what education does. It gives new choices.
We've got a busy summer. We're already in the middle of a busy summer. You've already had some great events in May, and you've got a few on the horizon. Let's talk about the one that happened in May.
So we had just a great event in May, the ELL Spring Collaborative. We had 200 plus we had engaged with that event. People coming from rural counties, suburban counties, urban counties to come into our center to hear how can we help our kids who are learning English.
That's terrific, and I think you told me almost 50 school districts represented at this program,
yes,
which is just fantastic, and what a great collaborative, Murfreesboro City Schools, Department of Education, and others as well. So let's look forward, and you've also got some things happening in July. 3 back-to-back collaboratives coming up. Let's talk about those.
These are all part of our large initiative called the PK-12 Collaborative. So on July 6th and 7th, we have the ELL Collaborative Summer Academy. We will have a 2-day academy this year. The first day will be focused on content that is framed for teachers in the classroom, and the second day will be content framed for administrators to support the teachers of English learners. The following week, on July 13th, we will have the School Counselors Collaborative, and we will bring in school counselors, school psychologists, social workers. It's an interesting array of professionals that work in school counseling. And then we will wrap up the month of July on July 20th with the SPED Collaborative Summer Academy. And in this one is where we bring together those very wonderful, strong, resilient teachers who work with special needs children in special education. You have children with unidentified needs that teachers have to understand. You have children with profound needs. You have children with intellectual needs, with physical needs, and special education covers all of that. And you can get more information to register at our website, which is mtsu.edu/CEM.
For Center for Educational Media.
That's right. The topics that we cover in our summer academies and in every one of our collaborative sessions are topics that are requested by teachers, and they nominate practitioners. I believe that this approach offers authentic, relevant material to teachers because it's what they've asked us for, and it is who they have told us does it well.
Dr. Clark, this is going to be a tough one because there are so many events, so many partnerships, so many opportunities that the center puts forward. It'll be difficult to choose, but I'm going to ask you to do so. What are the things that you're most proud of looking back at everything the center does?
What I am most proud of is the team of people here are uniquely qualified with our engineering team, with our production team, to support the work of education in a way that I haven't found it to be done across this state in quite this way. Secondly, what I'm proud of, what we give to teachers is what they've asked for. We are a very responsive kind of program. Teachers need all the help they can get, and when they feel that they are being listened to and honored and respected and their needs are being met, I am happy to use the unique resources we have here to deliver that to teachers and to give them all the help we can give.
Dr. Laura Clark, the director of the Center for Educational Media, who brings us this studio, who helps this program, but also serving every corner of the state of Tennessee, making a difference online, in person. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Andrew.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
And forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. The Department of World Languages, Literatures, and Cultures and the College of Liberal Arts continues to shine, providing opportunities for students seeking additional language skills as a way to bolster their workforce prospects. Here to tell us all about it is the chair of the department, Dr. Olaf Berwald. Olaf, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
Your first time on Out of the Blue?
Yes.
Almost at the end of your first year at MTSU. Congratulations. I was hoping you could tell our viewers a little bit about your program, World Languages, Literatures, and Cultures. Talk about the educational opportunities you offer students and some of your pride points.
Our major offers concentrations in various languages, so you can major focusing on French Francophone studies, German, Japanese, Spanish, and we have a new major concentration that's called the Applied Languages major. It's easily combinable with many courses of study. It's a bit accelerated, so it's a very flexible new offering.
Wow.
We also offer a Master's in Teaching World Languages, so we have our own difference makers for the state of Tennessee here. And we are glad to help students, regardless how they want to combine their majors. Of course, we offer strong majors, but students who major in all kinds of disciplines should think about, and many of them do, combining it with all kinds of career paths and other majors, because employers employers are searching for students who stand out. And being proficient in a world language and having honed their intercultural skills, their creative courage to find their voice in other languages. These are career-boosting qualities that you bring to the table as an applicant. So often employers tell us that, and business leaders that they're looking for students who stand out, and they know that for this job market realities, we need students who are resilient, who are creative, think outside of any box, and are also enjoying dealing with difficult, complex situations that are not always definable right away. And by enjoying to embrace pronouncing or singing a song, embracing a poem, exploring food comparisons, and discussing social issues worldwide in a comparative way, being critical thinkers, creative colleagues with their students, having all these team skills when they work on projects in small groups. This is what prepares them brilliantly for all kinds of careers.
That's fantastic. And I want to touch on a couple of the things that you mentioned, because I really would love to underscore those things. It sounds like your department really works very cooperatively with students who want to maybe double major in a language, but also augment that to another skill. So that's something you're very accustomed to, correct?
Yes, definitely. We also, of course, assert ourselves being a movement in itself, So we have fantastic students. I really, having taught at many institutions, private and public, I feel absolutely at home here. Students, many of them first generation, just as I was, and just so creative, so committed.
Right.
So there's nothing more joyful than reading their essays or watching the videos they produced or the song in our classes. So, and the way they collaborate and support each other. So the students and the way they respond to our class. I recently read all the student evaluations of all our department's classes, and being a German, I'm not prone to praising all the time. But my dear colleagues here are such a world-class team. Their students are so excited about their classes, so they all deserve the praise. So it should be taken really at face value. We have a wonderful team of global faculty who are great researchers and dedicate their lives to being passionate educators. So I'm really proud to serve that team.
That is absolutely remarkable, and I love hearing the passion of not only the work by your faculty, but also by your students. It sounds like you're really building a great community, a very diverse community, a community of scholars and learners who are really devoted to helping students get this kind of education. Why is it important in this, I suppose the question is almost going to be part of the answer, in this global economy, why is it important to have strong language skills? How does that advance me if I'm looking to find opportunities in the workplace?
Global job market, many organizations that our students will work for are globally active. And even, many of our students also want to stay in this beautiful state. And so many employers and also so many fellow citizens are from all over the world. Japanese companies alone, they invest billions of dollars every year into the Tennessee economy. So no wonder then that Japanese is one of our strongest growing major concentrations. We connect them with internships and we are building more on that for all the other languages as well. The business community is very receptive to what we're doing, so there's so much potential to further build on existing ties, and I'm excited starting very soon also to visit those partners and to have strong to contribute to a very vibrant ecosystem that will benefit our students,
Olaf, fantastic to hear you talk about all the great things that your department's doing and all your pride in their accomplishments. Thank you for joining us on the show.
A real pleasure. Thank you.
And this does wrap up another edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Oppmann. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. But what of these eyes and these souls? Next, we'll see just what it took for these cats to earn their stripes and spots. And show how one lady is using dogs to save cats. And then head to Kenya for an up-close encounter with lions on foot. This lion is looking at me right in the eyes. From pumas to panthers, cats are some of the most intriguing creatures to walk the earth. Intelligent, powerful, beautiful, and quite deadly. If you've ever gotten up close to a big cat, you know there's a definite mystique surrounding them. Plus, they can be pretty intimidating. Solid and muscular, these creatures can weigh up to 675 pounds and grow to 9.5 feet in length. Now, add to that grace, stealth, and speed, and you've got one of the most effective killing machines on the planet. So why then are these predators vanishing at such staggering rates? That's the mystery we intend to investigate in Saving a Species, the Story of Cats. Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador. And there's definitely something about big cats that makes me stop and take notice. Their mere size, strength, stealth, and beauty are all things that command attention. I mean, who wouldn't be in awe of such amazing creatures? Which is why it's surprising that so many big cats are in danger of becoming extinct. At current rates of decline, most of the 37 species of wild cats in the world could go extinct within the next 25 years. And what can keep that from happening? Becoming aware, at least as a first step. And rescued animals like Jasmine here, as well as the other cat ambassadors you'll meet today, can all help in creating awareness about wildlife in peril. But we're jumping ahead of ourselves. Before we talk about conservation, let's find out a little bit about the family of cats. And for that, we need to go back. Way back. All modern cat species have evolved from a common ancestry that can be traced back more than 2 million years. But their ancestors go back even further. The cat's most ancient known ancestor lived about 40 million years ago, and it looks sort of like a weasel. The best known of the prehistoric cats is probably the saber-tooth. About the size of a modern African lion, this fierce animal hunted throughout much of the world, but became extinct about 11,000 years ago. Okay, those were the prehistoric cats, but many centuries went by before the cats we know today hit the scene, or became domesticated. And when they did, they played a big part in human culture and mythology for thousands of years. For centuries, big cats have been revered. Look at the Great Sphinx. It has the head of a pharaoh and the body of a lion. And the tiger has figured widely in the art and culture of the great civilizations of Asia. And then, of course, there's the house cat, like Fifi here. The domestication process started as early as 3000 BC in ancient Egypt, where cats were regarded as members of the household. There, cats were considered so valuable that the penalty for killing one was death. Cats were valued in other parts of the world as well, mostly for their rat-catching skills. The ancient Greeks and Romans took cats to all other parts of Europe, and it was those early cats that actually were the ancestors of today's modern house cat. But throughout history, not everyone has been so fond of cats. Their extraordinary hunting skills, beautiful coats, and supposed healing powers have made them targets themselves for poachers, ranchers, and farmers. Today, cats are still suffering from two major problems: illegal hunting and habitat loss. Some subspecies are already extinct, and others are on the brink. We've seen that they descended from the first ancient cats who roamed the planet 40 million years ago. That common ancestry is what leaves cats with the same basic similarities. All cats are carnivores, or meat eaters, and members of the family Felidae. But over time, cats have evolved into different shapes, sizes, and colors. Through evolutionary adaptation, marked differences now distinguish one species from another. Those built for speed over land, and others designed for climbing in the trees. Those who hunt by day, and those who are generally nocturnal. In fact, 37 species of wildcats now inhabit the Earth and are found on every continent except Antarctica and Australia. Those considered big cats are in the genus Panthera, which consists of tigers, The largest member of the cat family, lions, leopards, and jaguars. Cheetahs are the fastest land mammal on the planet. They can reach speeds of 70 miles per hour for short bursts, but long enough to track down their prey. That's faster than most roller coasters. Then there are the cats in the genus Felis. Although not considered big cats, these cats are still large and consist of pumas, also known as cougars, panthers, or mountain lions, ocelots, lynx, servals, and fishing cat. Cats of the forest, like tigers, leopards, and jaguars, are usually stockier and have much shorter limbs made for climbing. While those found in wide-open savannas, such as lions and cheetahs, are longer-limbed, built for running. And did you know that all cats can purr, but only 4 can roar? The lion, leopard, tiger, and jaguar. But there's something all cats have in common. They're extraordinary hunters with big appetites. The Siberian tiger, for instance, needs about 20 pounds of food every day to survive. At one meal, he can consume up to 100 pounds of meat since he doesn't often get to eat every day. That's because 90% of hunts are unsuccessful. Predation is hard work. With few exceptions, cats are solitary hunters who use their terrific senses of eyesight and hearing to track down their prey. They have strong limbs, sharp claws, and most, like Jasmine here, have long tails. 2 features often help them stalk their prey: patterned fur that helps them blend in with their surroundings, and the ability to creep silently through their habitat. And when they strike, watch out. Big cats are big jumpers. Did you know that tigers can make horizontal leaps of 33 feet? And some leopards can jump more than 10 feet high? Cats really are the perfect hunter and well equipped for the job. Sharp teeth, strong jaws, keen hearing, remarkable vision, muscular bodies, and agile limbs with powerful, retractable claws, except for cheetahs, which are used for climbing, lunging, killing, and even scratching. Tiger scratch marks on trees serve as territorial markers. Some can even swim and go fishing. Even the coat of each species is specialized for the hunt. Spots, stripes, light and dark. This camouflage pelt helps cats sneak up on their prey. Leopards are differentiated from all other cats by the rosette-shaped markings on their bodies. Then there's the tiger's coat, orange with vertical black stripes. Those stripes are like human fingerprints. No 2 tigers have the same stripe pattern. They'll hide in dense brush and stalk their prey from behind, ambush style. But they're also expert swimmers. Tigers, like the Sumatran, seem willing to hunt just about anything, from fish and crocodiles to wild pigs and deer. Tigers hunt at dusk and may travel as many as 20 miles in a single night. That means extraordinary strength, stamina, and of course, night vision. That's right, cats can see up to 6 times better than we do in the dark. So it doesn't take headlights for these guys to cruise at night. Well, now that we've found out something about some of the wildcats that are out there, let's take a closer look at some of the species who are really in need and who's stepping up to come to the rescue. Some people are drawn to do the tough jobs, and this is the case with Dr. Lori Marker, founder of the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Based in Namibia, CCF's International Research and Education Center is recognized for its excellence in helping cheetahs and their habitats. And with less than 15,000 cheetahs remaining worldwide, they are in dire need of protection.
The Cheetah Conservation Fund has as a mission to ensure the future survival of the cheetah using integrated approaches in conservation, education, and research. We are multidisciplined in the work that we do and try to work on a lot of levels. And we're working to try to save the cheetah, both here in Namibia, but throughout its entire range.
CCF's current work involves examinations, including blood and tissue samples, to gain information into the animal's medical status, which can shed light on diseases that affect this species. Data on their range, habitat use, and habits are collected from past radio tracking studies, which gives insight into exactly what cheetahs do with their days. Many things are threatening the cheetah population. One factor impacting them is hunting and trapping by regional farmers. Cheetahs are stealthy, swift hunters, and captive farm animals make an easy target, especially when native prey are becoming more and more scarce due to farming and ranching in once wild lands. Livestock are the farmer's source of income, which comes down to his own survival. So CCF has launched an ambitious educational campaign geared toward the local farmers and has worked directly with them to respond to their needs while sparing the lives of the cheetahs. One innovative solution has been to breed dogs, specifically Anatolian Shepherds, and place them with farmers to guard their stock. In addition to training, CCF provides free medical care for the dogs, trains the animals, and teaches the farmers how to provide the best dog care and support. To date, nearly 200 Anatolian Shepherds have been placed as livestock guardians and have had a dramatic impact on reducing the number of wild cheetahs trapped and killed in Namibia. But not all cheetah conservation is being done overseas. For over 25 years, White Oak Conservation Center in Florida has been involved in research, rehabilitation, and conservation of a variety of animals and their habitats. From the rare oak hoppy to an assortment of African hoofstock, this Florida preserve has made a mark in wildlife conservation.
Basically, we're working with threatened and endangered species to provide options for the future. You know, there's different opportunities for different species we have here. Each has a strategic plan that's worked out, dedicated what we're going to concentrate on, either research, breeding, conservation, reintroduction. So we look at all those different components.
Partnering with a range of notable organizations, White Oak also joined forces with the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Their mission? Stabilize the cheetah gene pool and bolster the population numbers.
The cheetah is hard to study in the wild. You know, it's a solitary animal, and the mother hides the young. By having them where we can look at them and monitor them, and we've learned a lot about their basic needs, we try to provide a linkage between the species we have here and the species in the wild. And the chance of these cheetahs going back to the wild are very slim. But the knowledge we're gathering here does help generate enthusiasm, support for CCF.
A lot of information can be gathered about the cheetahs during this time, which can teach us how best to meet the needs of this species.
There's a lot of research that we do here at White Oak because of the number of animals that we have. We do veterinary research so that we look at some disease issues. We do reproductive physiology research, and we do behavioral research. And we can use that information to go back and see if we can help with any of the problems that they're having in the native habitats in Africa.
When the cheetahs reach a stable age, some are relocated to other facilities.
Every cub that's born, we look at within a 2-year period trying to place them into another zoological institution. The Cheetah Species Survival Plan sets up so that we can look at the genetics of all the individual animals, and then we'll have a better idea of who should be breeding with whom and who shouldn't be breeding with whom, which is very important as well.
White Oak's partnership with the Cheetah Conservation Fund has proven to be a successful merger and has served the cheetah conservation effort on many levels. But White Oak has been successful with another cat species as well, right in their own backyard.
The White Oak Conservation Center began its work in rehabbing Florida panthers in 1986 with the arrival of a male named Big Guy who had been hit by a car and was seriously injured.
Panthers that have been orphaned or injured in the wild are brought to White Oak, where they are treated medically until fit. The Florida panther is highly endangered, with less than 100 animals left in the wild. With numbers this low, the gene pool is limited, affecting the reproductive health of the population. Habitat loss due to building development and deaths due to car accidents have had a severe impact on the panthers as well.
Since every individual cat is so important to the population, those cats are brought here with the hope of salvaging them and getting them back out into the wild. And we do whatever we can do to make sure that that happens.
Then they're released into a 17-acre heavily wooded enclosure where they are allowed to build up their stamina, During this time, their progress is monitored by video cameras to ensure the panthers can find prey and support themselves. After several months of rehab, the panthers are returned to their home range in South Florida.
A couple of years ago, we had a cat in here that went through 72 surgeries in order to repair one of its legs that had been broken in an accident with a car. And we finally got him back in sound condition. He was released, and since then he has sired at least 2 litters of offspring that we know of. So apparently his leg's holding up well, and everything's working as it should be. The news just doesn't get any better than that.
Busch Gardens and SeaWorld are active supporters of the Florida panther. In connection with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, they are working towards management of the feline leukemia virus. Information gained from this research will not only help manage the outbreak in the Florida panther, it will also benefit managers of other wildcat populations.
Florida isn't the only place where panthers are found. Out west, where they're also known as cougars or mountain lions, this cat faces its own set of challenges.
Once upon a time, cougars lived all over the American wilderness, boasting the most extensive distribution of any non-human land mammal in the Western Hemisphere. Secretive and solitary, the cougar is rarely seen by humans, though its distinctive call can be heard for miles. East of the Mississippi, however, cougars are generally presumed extinct. As we just saw, only one subspecies survives in the east, the endangered Florida panther. Until the mid-1900s, cougars in the west faced the same predator control pressures that wiped them out of the east, with most states paying bounties for killing cougars. But by the 1960s, public perception had begun to change, and many western states eliminated bounties and placed limits on cougar hunting. Some states have even stronger protection for cougars. California, for instance, banned cougar hunting entirely in 1990. So cougars in the West have fared much better than their eastern counterparts, due largely to vast public lands that support the cats and their prey. But as long as expanding human activities continue to encroach upon their remaining strongholds, the future of this cat will remain uncertain. Have you noticed a recurring theme yet? In order to save the cats, 2 main points keep popping up. 1, protect their habitat, and 2, educate people about the important role of predators in the environment.
As a conservationist, I sometimes wonder why I'm making the world safer for goats. But if you're interested in predator conservation, you have to be interested in livestock conservation, because people kill predators when predators kill livestock. If we want to make the world safe for hyenas and lions, we need to help protect these livestock better.
Dr. Lawrence Frank knows his predators. As head of the Laikipia Predator Project at the Impala Research Center in Kenya, he is a champion in the efforts of livestock management.
So what does livestock management have to do with lions? Well, in the past decade, lion populations have been drastically reduced, mostly due to poisoning and shooting of these predators.
Native tribespeople have been protecting their livestock for centuries. In the past, there was plenty of prey for lions to hunt, which meant they were less likely to kill livestock. But human population growth and habitat loss has made for poorer conditions and tougher times for predators. With less space and fewer prey, lions are more prone to attack livestock, and local tribespeople have resorted to aggressive measures to protect their herds. The Predator Project takes action by tagging and tracking lions in the region in order to keep tabs on their movements and to identify problem lions that repeatedly attack livestock. Dr. Frank's use of GPS makes this process very effective.
In order to find our lions, to figure out where they're going, how they're using the land in relation to people and livestock, the only way we can do that is to radio collar them and track them from the air.
Busch Gardens has long supported Dr. Frank's research, and I was lucky enough to be able to track lions with Dr. Frank in Africa in person. Hey, Dr. Frank.
Hey, Julie.
How was your flight this morning?
It was pretty good.
What'd you find?
Found number 50 and 51, which are a pair of females. We've seen them from the air a little while ago, and they had a couple of animals I didn't recognize with them. They're not far from here. I thought maybe late this afternoon we'd take a walk and see if we can lay eyes on them.
Oh, that would be awesome.
It might get interesting.
I can't wait.
Let's do it.
Easier said than done. We trekked through bush and across open savanna, following the beep of the portable tracking device, while Dr. Frank tried to lure them with a distressed animal collar. But no luck in spotting lion 50 or 51. We decided to move deeper into the bush, which eventually paid off. This lion is no more than 15 yards from us, looking at me right in the eyes.
Yeah.
I swear.
Yeah, I told you it was going to be fun.
Well, let me tell you, summoning a lion to within 50 feet of you is not for the faint of heart. They're stealthy, unpredictable, and, well, remember that distressed animal collar? These cats were expecting dinner.
These females are really wary. That's as much as we've ever seen of them.
She was a little bit upset, wasn't she?
Yeah, yeah. The last time we did this, she charged us.
A better understanding of how these lions move within their range and gaining insight into how they hunt has helped Dr. Frank find real solutions to livestock predation. The Predator Project offers local farmers viable alternatives to killing lions, such as providing stronger gates on their bomas or corrals, or installing solar-powered electric fences to fend off predators while keeping their livestock and homes safe. Cat conservation is a complex puzzle involving a lot of pieces and many players. Finding answers may not be easy, but with dedicated people and programs, entire communities understand that they can have an impact on the future of a species. On Laikipia Plateau, numbers 50 and 51 have Dr. Frank and the Predator Project to thank for that. Cats have long been hunted and killed for all kinds of reasons. They are killed because they're seen as competitors for prey. They are killed because they've taken livestock. They're killed to clear land for development. They're killed for sport. They're killed for the fashion trade. And they're even killed for their body parts, used for health remedies in some countries. The loss of cat habitat has reached dangerous levels as the human population continues to soar. You know what? Their problem is also our problem. The decline of a carnivore, such as a cat, changes the entire balance of an ecosystem. Let's take a look. Cats are linked to their prey, who in turn are linked to one another through competition for food. Changes in this food chain directly affect our environment, which means this directly affects us. And none of the big cats are safe, not even the biggest feline of all. Some experts say the Sumatran tiger could be the first large mammal to go extinct in the 21st century. Tigers once roamed from Russia to the Indian Ocean and across the Far East, but are now only found in small pockets of Asia. 3 of the original 8 tiger subspecies, the Bali, Javan, and Caspian, have become extinct in the past 70 years. And the 5 remaining subspecies, the Bengal, Sumatran, Amur or Siberian, Indo-Chinese, and South China, are all threatened by poaching and habitat loss. The total wild population of these remaining tiger subspecies has been estimated to be as few as 5,000. World Wildlife Fund is making a difference. They're making extreme efforts to preserve the tiger's habitat and implement anti-poaching patrols throughout Asia. Rangers remove snares and traps from designated parks, and suspects are taken into custody for police investigation. World Wildlife Fund field officers followed up on arrests, monitor progress of investigations, and draw media attention to pressure courts to act responsibly in sentencing. Since 2001, Busch Gardens and SeaWorld have contributed over $100,000 to World Wildlife Fund's tiger conservation efforts, and this important partnership will definitely continue.
There's only 5 of 8 tiger subspecies existing still in the wild, and SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund is helping World Wildlife Fund to protect them. If you take the Sumatran tiger, for example, that lives on the island of Sumatra in Indonesia, there are only 400 of these animals left in the wild, and Sumatra, the island that they live on in Indonesia, is home to the most threatened rainforest on Earth. So SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund is supporting World Wildlife Fund to do real work in real places and achieve real results in tiger conservation.
So what else can be done to help preserve cats and their habitats?
To begin with, the habitats where cats live must be preserved. Laws that protect cat species and their prey must be passed and enforced. Ways need to be found to meet the needs of cats and humans, especially in areas where farming, ranching, and human settlements are moving into cat habitats. It's also important to support breeding programs in zoological parks to maintain a gene pool that can help wild populations when needed. Some people feel these animals can be kept as pets, which is never a good idea.
You know, wild animals as pets never work out. We have 2 facilities full of them to prove that theory. People see some animal that they think is really cool, and instead of expressing their love by helping that animal, they think to themselves, I want to own it. And then they find a way, usually against the law, to bring one of these critters into their house and figure out real quick that these animals belong in the wild.
Busch Gardens recently became home to 2 rescued tiger cubs.
The 2 orange tigers were actually a rescued animal from a private owner. They were in good condition and they were about 12 weeks old when they came in. We actually took them down to the nursery. It took a lot of time. We actually had to come in the middle of the night and bottle feed them. And when they were about a year old, we actually introduced them to our white tigers.
So then what can you do? How can you help cats bounce back from their population lows, protect them in the wild, and give them hope for the future? There's actually a lot you can do from wherever you are.
A major threat to cats is the loss of their habitat through deforestation. So buy recycled paper. Stay informed and spread the word about why big cats are so cool and why they're in trouble. World Wildlife Fund announced their most recent Pennies for the Planet campaign, which is an educational and fundraising program that gets kids involved hands-on in conservation. Their 2005 focus is big cats, so check out their website and download their newsletter.
Here's something else. Don't buy medicines, trinkets, or skins of wildcats, or things made from resources found in their habitats. Get to know how your buying habits impact the environment around the globe. And remember, education can make a huge difference.
This facility in California, Zoo to You, is a nonprofit organization that teaches kids of all ages about wildlife and the environment. Zoo to You is also a cat refuge, helping to teach people about the plight of these magnificent creatures. We've looked at several organizations coming together in the name of cat conservation. Pick one and get behind their cause. There are so many ways to support conservation, and you know, anyone, anywhere can get involved.
They say that cats have 9 lives. Well, if that's true, then most of the world's big cat species are probably on number 9 already. The extinction of wildcats would be a tremendous loss to the world. The importance of their ecological role as predators is huge, and it's essential that we make every effort to prevent that from happening. After all, it's the human race that's responsible for their decline, and it's humans who can save them. Humans like you and me. From SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for watching The Cat Story.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is June 26, 2023. We have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. First line of business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Motion to approve minutes from the last meeting.
I'll second. I have a motion from Ms. Davison and a second from Mr. Perry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, so Mr. McGowan is out this evening due to some illness, so in his place will be Mr. Andrew. So we're going to turn it over to you, sir. And,
all right. Well, actually, Miss Kathy has the first, I guess, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 events, and then I'll discuss the renovation of the workout station.
All right, Miss Kathy, so we'll start out with you for July the 4th.
All right. The event itself is on July the 4th, Veterans Memorial Park. The gates open at 5:30. Bueller Band, which is an 80s cover band, is going to be performing. That starts at 6. Right now we've got 15 food/snack vendors that'll be there, and fireworks start at dark.
I don't know if any of you all had the opportunity to YouTube the Bueller Band, but they're pretty good.
They are pretty good.
For us old people.
I don't know why you're looking over here.
So that's Tuesday night.
That is Tuesday, correct.
Tuesday?
Here at the park.
Gates open at 5?
5:30.
5:30.
Correct.
Sorry.
And the band will start at 6.
And all of that's going to be on the football field.
Correct, yeah. The food vendors will be lining that walking trail around Pavilion A, and then the band itself will be on the football field. And we do have the spider jump machine, and we have an obstacle course for the kids, and that will be on one of the ball fields, probably field 1.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to give out bad information, but if you've got a lawn chair, bring it. If you have a tent, we only ask that you try not to set it up to where it blocks the band.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
Can you bring a cooler?
Yes.
You can bring a cooler.
Yes, you can. Well, of non-alcoholic.
Non-alcohol type, yeah.
But yes, you can bring a cooler.
Right.
And then blankets, chairs, anything to make you comfortable on the ground to watch the band, which that's standing room only every year. So should be a good time.
Bring your patience for the traffic at the end.
Correct.
Please do not bring your fireworks to the park.
This is correct. Personal fireworks are not allowed in the park.
We have a lot of issues every year with that.
We need to get something like that put down in writing, so maybe we can all share it on social media. That same thing that we just talked about.
She has put something on the City Hall Facebook and shared about the personal fireworks as well. So, and we'll go ahead and note that on our side as well.
Try to make it as fun and pleasant for everybody, not just of course, let's call it what it is. You've always got a few knuckleheads that want to, act like knuckleheads.
Okay, because we usually have a really good police presence there to kind of get ahead of some of that, the people shooting off the fireworks in the crowds and things as they're leaving.
It's always at the end.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been my experience in the past with the traffic that you brought up, as they open them gates up there, and the traffic, they usually get us in and out of there pretty quick.
And that back gate will be open
Okay.
once the end is done and everybody's leaving.
Anybody got any questions or comments about July 4th? All right, Kathy, we'll move on to the next, the Howl at the Moon.
All right, Howl at the Moon is August 11th this year. Race starts at 8. Check-in starts at 6:30. It's the same route. Check-in's at Pavilion B at the park. The race will start at that back stop sign at the park, come up to City Hall, make the U-turn and go back. Registrations have already opened. We've got 16 registered so far. As far as pricing, right now it is $30 for early registration. That goes until July 28th. From July 29th to August 10th, it goes up to $35, and then on race day it is $40 per person.
She answered all my questions.
There you go.
So, and Sheila went and shared it to all of the local race groups last week. So, and that's what prompted the registrations coming in. So we're hoping to have a good turnout this year.
Race groups.
There's several pages, local, of running groups all over. So I just got on there, searched, and I started hitting each one of them and joining them, and I send it out all the way up in Clarksville and all that.
Really?
And we do get registrations that far out as well. So
A lot of people are passionate about racing or running.
we had 180.
I, however, am not one of them.
But, no, we had 180 last year, and we're hoping to increase those numbers this year. Each year it's going up. So
So tell us a little bit about winners, first, second, third, what they get, blah, blah, blah.
Well, first, second, and third, they get medals for their placement. And then overall male and overall female will get a trophy on top of the medal.
Do they get their entry fee back or anything?
They don't, but we do give monetary prizes. We do give gift cards. So, in that, we don't have the amounts. Like last few years, it's been $100 for the top two prizes. And then first place would get 25, and then 15 and 10, depending on first, second, and third place, along with their medal.
And they get really cool T-shirts, right?
And they do. We give out T-shirts as well, and they get a little sack backpack with the event information on it each year.
And bananas and water. So we take good care of them.
Yep.
So, and if you need help, I will be there to help you with registration this year.
Thank you.
All right, any questions? All right, we'll move on to one of the big fan favorites, the carnival.
Carnival this year is August 24th through the 27th. Thursday, Friday, it's going to be open 6 to 10. Saturday is noon to 10. I've asked for verification for Sunday's hours because they weren't here last year, so I'm not sure. He's not responded. I just know that Saturday's noon to 10. Sunday, it might close earlier in preparation of packing up. I'm not quite sure on the Sunday yet.
Were they here last year on Sunday?
No, they were only here that Thursday, Friday, and Saturday last year. They added Sunday this year because it was such a great turnout last year.
And I'm sure you don't have any kind of pricing.
I don't. I've asked for that information as well. Once his season starts, it's really hard. It's really hard to get response, but once his season starts, it's even harder. He has an assistant, and I've reached back out to her to see if she could give me more set prices and times, and I'm not. As soon as we get the information, we'll put it out on social media as well.
Do you know if it's about the same size or going to be bigger?
Probably the same size. We'll probably have the same rides as we got last year.
All right. Any questions? And then we'll move on to the big one, the Fall Festival.
All right. Fall Festival is September 16th. We are doing an opening concert Friday the 15th. We've been working with the Prince Experience cover band. We did get their part of the contract back, so it's right now at City Hall. So we're finalizing that. As far as Saturday, we're still working on the daytime entertainment. It will start with the parade at 10. And right now we've got the Children's Entrepreneur Market, which is a market that travels Tennessee, and all the booths are completely run by children. And so I talked to her the other day. She's looking for about 30, 40 vendor spots on top of our other vendors. And we've got 35 of our vendors signed up, and again, plus her 30 or 40, and it's early, so we're hoping to have a really good turnout for this event as well. So we've already secured the petting zoo, the animal show, working on getting different rides, children's activities right now.
What will be the registration deadline for the children's vendors?
It's called the Children's Entrepreneur Market. Okay. So all of the registrations for the children's booth, she does all that. So she actually brings it all. She coordinates it and everything. So I can email you the exact link to her if you want to have interest in pushing that out for the registration. But yeah, they do all of their own. Cool. So I will send that out.
Has anybody YouTubed the Prince experience? I have not. I actually had forgotten what it was called. Have you?
Yes, and
pretty cool.
We looked at a bunch of Prince cover bands, and they were by far the best.
Really?
So I believe they're out of Michigan, either Michigan or Wisconsin. Yeah, so we've been working with them since March.
So being David is not here, we can go ahead and place Andrew in charge of the weather for that day.
No pressure.
That's a lot of,
Yeah, no
lot of
pressure.
shoes to fill there.
On that note, we do already have weather insurance in place.
Well, you know, we can only hope. I mean, it's a crapshoot every year. It is what it is. So, should be a good time. Fall Festival's always fun.
We've actually ordered or added the cornhole tournament to the Fall Festival as well. Since we put the touch a truck with the block party, we kept the cornhole and just moved it to the Fall Festival. So we've got that already lined up.
Oh, so we can start talking smack.
Yep. Get you some bragging rights.
Well, I can remember when the festival itself was in October and it was freezing when you were trying to do anything, so.
I remember in 2019, on October 4th, it was hot. And I've remembered in past year, I think 2015, it was in September and we froze.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
so hard.
It's a crapshoot. I mean, if anybody that doesn't think it is, I know year before last was.
Yeah, that was an experience.
Insane. So, I know it's not on here, but I'm just going to ask a little bit about it. Grand Marshals.
We have not chosen one yet. We have one in the works, but that might be for the Parade of Lights. So we're still going through. The Fall Festival is not going to have a theme. We're not doing themes with the Fall Festival. So, and we tried to make pick our Grand Marshal, at least I do, pick the Grand Marshal to go with the theme of the event. And I think the one we have in mind will probably be the Parade of Lights. So we've not chosen one for the Fall Festival yet.
All right. And now, drum roll. Farmers Market.
Farmers Market. We tried it for the first 2 weeks and was not able to get enough foot traffic to support the vendors we had. We had, maybe 25 vendors sign up for the season altogether, and then maybe 12 commit to each week. And those 12, I think we might have even gotten 10 to show up.
The last week was 7.
Right. Without the foot traffic, we can't keep the vendors. The vendors were even closing up and leaving early. The vegetable vendor
left at 5.
Left at 5 on the second week. Without the customers, we cannot support a farmer's market. And I think that the vegetable vendor we had a really great supply of vegetables, and he wasn't even selling out. And I know some people want a variety of farmers or vegetable vendors to choose from, but when you can't support one and you bring a second one in to cut his sales, they're not going to make enough money to come back. So.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this earlier at our senior board meeting, and being this is on TV, everything that Kathy is saying is 100% true. We have tried days, hours. Kathy's worked relentless to try and get vendors. If she gets a promise and they don't show up, there's not much you can do. But then when they do show up, if you don't get the foot traffic, And as you said about getting multiple market vendors, that is the epitome of cannibalism, eating each other up. And if without a massive amount, locations, we've tried that. So I don't want the citizens to think for a second that you did not, or Parks and Rec did not put a very hardcore concerted effort into trying to make it work. I've seen a lot of people talking on social media. All that stuff has been there, done that, and it's just, you know, you and I talked a little bit about something else. I don't know if...
I don't have verification if we could do that yet, as far as push that forward.
Okay.
I have to talk to you.
Well, then there's no sense even talking about it, because that'd just be hearsay.
Right. So,
Any comments about farmers market?
We did the best we could.
Yeah. Changed locations, changed times, changed everything. Nothing worked.
Saturdays, they asked to go back to Tuesdays because of the competition with the surrounding cities, and then Tuesday, no foot traffic. So
25 or 30 people that comment on social media will not make a farmer's market go.
Not if you're not coming out to support it.
right, and again, I wish we could get the foot traffic because I think it would be a great thing, and I had great vendors. But, if you don't make any money, you can't expect somebody to come back, because they are paying to set up. So.
All right, so now we get to hear from Mr. Andrew on the renovation of the workout stations at Veterans Park.
So as part of a capital projects for the parks next year, we'll be renovating the workout station there at Veterans Park. I provided in your packet kind of a diagram of the equipment and placement. It's kind of just tentative of what it should be. We just wanted to run this by you. This is the same company that installed the play structure there at Veterans Park, so we know the equipment's good quality. It'll be 10 different workout stations. I'll give you each one: the horizontal ladder and balance station, a Tai Chi spinner, parallel bars, a sit-up and crunch station, a push-up pull-up station, step-up and stretch station, a bar vault station, a agility and jump touch station, tricep push-up station, and then also a separate pull-up and chin station also. There's one's a dip and then one's a separate pull-up station. So, and this will also have artificial turf as the surfacing under there, because the current one is pour and play rubber, so it's comparable. It's a safety surface. So basically this is just upgrading from what the original workout station there at Veterans Park has.
I've been up there. That turf that's jacked up. So the artificial turf, is it as durable as?
They say it is. It has a 1-inch rubber mat underneath it, and then there's silica beads that surface through that. But the warranty and lifespan is the same as the pour and play rubber, and it's cheaper. So,
what does the city do with that old stuff?
The equipment, it pretty much gets disposed of. We can't auction it off because of legal liabilities. We can't provide equipment to somebody else and they get hurt on it. And then it has to be used for the intended purpose that it was purchased for.
Well, as a member of BOMA, I have seen the pictures of some of that stuff on Gov Deals, and believe me, this stuff is nothing compared to that raggedy, rickety.
Playground equipment falls under the National Recreation Parks Association standards, so that's what differs that from other generic equipment.
So what kind of ETA are you thinking is that when it's getting started and finished?
It's our goal to get this on the next month's BOMA meeting, and once that happens, if everything goes through there, they said mid to late November is when all that would be installed. Park staff would be in charge of removing old equipment and old surfacing, but the company would install the equipment and surfacing.
And how old is the equipment that's there now?
Probably, it's the original equipment to the park, so probably 25 years old.
Or more.
96,
I think I have some drawings on some manuals from 97.
Yeah.
So,
wow,
it's 25 or 26 years old.
It's time for an upgrade.
Yeah. And it's heavily used. It's used every morning by walkers exercising in the park.
It is great.
So the next meeting will be July the 17th, right here in this forum. Does anybody have any comments before we adjourn?
We're about to get real busy with these events, and just ahead of time, thank you for all your hard work. We appreciate you.
Always.
Mr. Giles?
No comments right now. I'm good.
Ms. Felicia?
Well, they're the best we got. I mean, we've got a great parks department. I think the best put together department since I've been here.
And how long have you been here? 25 years.
No, but I've lived here since 1968.
Let's see, that would make her how old?
I'm 57.
Yeah, just, I mean, you know, we say it every month, and I'm going to continue to say it. And Kathy, I can't thank you enough for what you tried to do with the farmers market. I know that you feel like you maybe got let down a little bit, and it was no fault of your own. You did a great job. So you had good people backing you and helping you. Sheila, thank you for getting out them emails and text messages and keeping us straight and in line. So with that, I will call this meeting adjourned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, June the 27th at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum. If you'd like to review the minutes from the March 28th, 2023 regular meeting. I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as submitted. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The minutes carry. On to number 2, old business. A request for a variance to parking regulations in the LaVergne zoning ordinance, property located at 703 Walden Road, tax map 29, parcel 22.02, R3 high density, zone district, owned by John M. Gilland, Living Trust. Mr. Logan, do you want to?
Sure. So this is Mission Hills. That's the name of the development. And this is a large project south of I-24. It's got single-family houses proposed and apartments, and you can see it there on the map. The green color on the zoning map is R3, high density. So you remember last month they were here for parking variance, and just because of a technicality with the voting, this item is on the agenda again this month. But just recapping, they are their request was to reduce the parking to 669 parking spaces. The current zoning ordinance requires 972 parking spaces. So this request was for about a reduction of a third of the required parking. So 972 reduced to 669. And I'll be glad to go over any other parts in detail if you'd like. Thank you.
Just for the board, the rest of the board here, they're still doing some review and trying to work some things out from what I've been told, but obviously this is a tidy up item for us, it's been old business. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to deny as submitted.
A second.
Second. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. On to new business. Number 3, a request for sign variance, property located at 503 New Paul Road, tax map 17, parcel 40.03, I2 heavy industrial zone district, property owned by Americo Real Estate Company. Mr. Logan, give a report, please.
So this is a request by U-Haul for their facility on New Paul Road. They've been at that location and operating for approximately 18 months. And this property is located in the architectural overlay. Applicant has identified need for more signage, and this is allowed by the current zoning ordinance for certain sites. In addition to the normal signage allowed, which is one wall sign on the building and one sign at the street, either monument or a pylon, for a total of 2 signs. So the current ordinance allows the 2 signs, but in addition to that, U-Haul is requesting at least 6 additional signs on the application. However, you'll see in a minute, if you count some of the small text and the orange waves that U-Haul has proposed, it's more like 12 signs altogether. The sign plans in the packet show the details for each of those signs, as well as the shapes and the colors. They were last here on March 28th, 2023, so about 3 months ago, but at that time they had submitted the incorrect sign package. So the request was withdrawn. There has been a sign on the property for 3 weeks, and there's been no phone calls received by staff about this request. So we'll move on to the maps. This is the property, and you can see I-24 at the top of the image. So this is, again, 503 New Paul. Zooming out, you can see, again, the property outlined in blue. And on the zoning map, you can see, except for the apartments immediately adjacent, this entire area is zoned industrial south of I-24, so a large industrial area. So moving on here to these sign plans. So you can see the signs that they're requesting. So this sign here is being requested, your storage place, and then these are the waves on either side of that sign. And then you can see going off the screen or to the right of the screen, some black text sign or black text signage advertising hitches and boxes. So that would be some more. There's a U-Haul sign also below that above the main door. And again, on some other elevations, there's a moving supplies sign, there's a climate controlled sign, and these would be all visible, of course, from I-24 and New Paul Road. And then on the other side of the building, you can see it here at the top left of the screen, another self-storage sign in black lettering. And then if you zoom in, I have to go back, but there is signage above these doors where you can kind of see there. They're calling this the customer storage area, so there's several signs there on the canopy that extends out from the building, as well as other signs above the cargo doors. And some of those signs have various height and just warning signs or caution signs. And I know back in, well, what's not part of this because that was the incorrect package, but some of those interior signs that were inside the building, like the policeman and that type of thing, are not part of this submittal. So that completes the report. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do I have a representative here from the applicant? If you come to the podium, raise your right hand if you would. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Chris Harden, 3557 Asbury Lane, Murfreesboro.
So, Mr. Logan, a question for you first. So what we're looking at here is what was not approved by the Planning Commission when the building was first erected. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
And you've seen Mr. Logan's report. Do you agree with what he's saying? I mean, as far as which ones we're referring to?
The signs that were on the original one had the Your Storage Place and the U-Haul sign above the customer entrance, as well as the black directional signs on the building, and the orange wave on top. That's just an architectural feature included in the original image plan.
So is that part of this application as variance or not? I'm just trying to decipher what we've got going here. We had the same issue before. I'm trying to figure out, you know, what the sign variance request is for, which ones.
That's when the vendor first submitted it. I think that we had hit the limit on signs because of the original packet that was submitted, and a lot of the exterior signs it's not signage, and this is actually what we're putting on the building, and this is what we had in the original imaging packet.
So, Mr. Logan,
and all the vendor was trying to do was just submit a permit to put them up, and this got hit.
Okay. So I'm just trying to ascertain exactly what we're moving forward here to keep you correct as well as with the staff.
Correct.
So, Mr. Logan, on that screenshot you're looking at there, the wavy part on the top of the building there on the right side, that was not part of the Planning Commission acceptance. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that is part of the new request for the BOSA.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I suppose my question for you is the
original imaging plan included everything that you see on that screen, and the signs that I had brought in.
But the Planning Commission I think maybe what U-Haul's not understanding, that the planning commission's not authorized to approve extra signage at any point. So it doesn't matter what was on your plans. It does not matter what was on the planning commission plans. This board has ultimate authority to approve anything over one wall sign and one street sign. So that's it. So there's no tacit agreement. If that wave is on a set of planning commission plans, it doesn't mean it was approved, because this body is the only one that has authority. That's how it got flagged by Ms. Bartlett.
Okay. So just I understand the signage with the writing on. I mean, I get that. I understand that. I'm just a little bit perplexed on this waviness at the top of the building, because some of the other buildings I've seen, I don't see them all on there, and that's why I'm asking that question. So is it consistent with the other buildings you put up around the country?
It is.
Okay. Okay. So you're obviously trying to be consistent. Okay. And then, so going on to the middle of the building there, where it says your storage place, and again you've got the wavy lines either side of the writing.
Correct.
And is that consistent with your other buildings as well?
Yes, sir, it is. Okay. The one in Murfreesboro has the exact same design.
Board have any questions, any comments about the ones up there? I mean, it's a very large building. Number one, obviously there were some issues with the planning commission that got rectified with some colours that did get rectified. So they're just here this evening to do the signage, and so we're just trying to make it work.
Yes, sir.
Make a motion to approve their variance.
Make a motion to approve. Do you have a second?
I second.
All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
With no other business, of course, meeting adjourned.
Saturday.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is June 29th, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. On next Thursday, we will determine a quorum. The prayer will be with Vice Mayor No, the Pledge of Allegiance with Alderwoman Hobbs. Everyone should have a copy of the minutes from the June 6th public hearing and regular meeting. Then moving on to our police department, Chief's Award. Chief?
Everybody in attendance. Every once in a while, we get the opportunity to recognize personnel within the agency for special things and exemplary work. On this occasion, on June 7th of 2023, dispatch received a call of a runaway 21-year-old autistic male. Officers met with the family who had an air tag on the male runaway. The entire shift was looking for the male, with one officer standing with the family to provide updates on the AirTag location. Communications lead Andrea White decided to use new systems within the department called Prepared Live, which is a text to the complainant and have them send her screenshots of the latest updates, which freed up the officers to be out there actually looking and keeping them abreast of the situation. The officers were guided to the location and were able to make contact with the male and get him home safely. And because of that, Andrea, if you'd come up here, please. On behalf of the police department, I want to say thank you and give you the Award of Excellence for a job extremely well done, for thinking outside the box, using technology, using it to the best of your ability, and being effective and successfully bringing this young man back home to his family. Thank you very much.
Good job, Amy.
Chief Beasley?
Can't see with my glasses on.
You got it.
Good evening. Again, this month we would like to take the opportunity to recognize a young firefighter. Now as of tonight, he'll be an engineer. He was promoted about a month and a half ago. He was on a family vacation last month, so he missed his badge pinning ceremony. John, if you would, we'll promote John Partridge from the rank of firefighter to the rank of driver engineer. John has 15 years in the fire service this month, correct?
That's right.
And he's been with the city of LaVergne about going on 3 years, pushing towards 3 years. His wife, Ashley, will do the honor of pinning the badge. And what's your boys' names?
Grant and Mason.
Grant and Mason.
You're not drawing blood, you're not doing it right.
Congratulations, bud. Thank you. Congratulations.
Oh, boy, looks just like him.
Then on Thursday night, we will have the public comment period as well as departmental reports.
Go back to snooze.
Then moving on to old business. Second reading ordinance 2023-15, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the order of business and public comment period at meetings. As was discussed last month, this is getting us in compliance with changes to state law to where we will have the public comment period during meetings. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, We'll move on to the consent agenda. We've got approve or reject bids and purchases. And the first item is award structural inspection and testing services contract for Public Works and Community Development Building. And let's hop over here. So this is basically it's time and materials contract. It's got a maximum ceiling of $100,000. And staff recommends awarding the contract to TTL Incorporated. Does anyone have any questions?
Is this in addition to what's already been budgeted,
This is
this request?
this is outside of that, I believe. Yes, is that right, Bruce? Because this is Barron has the contract for construction.
Correct.
But TTL is a separate company.
This is a part of the requirement for the construction itself.
Right.
But it's
This has
not
not
part of
been earmarked in the current budget for the project?
I'm not sure. I'd have to check on that.
Not being sure, Bruce, I'd like to have number one pulled from the consent, put on the regular agenda.
Moving on to B, approve Amendment 1 to Agreement for Engineering Services with CTI Engineers for the Waldron Road Sewer Assessment. And this is an amendment to our contract with them. The additional costs are $35,950. The original agreement did not provide sufficient fees to include the sub-consultant fees. So they've reworked that, and that's what this is. Does anyone have any questions? Then moving on to C, approve the cybersecurity response plan for the city of LaVergne. Glenn, do you want to talk about this one?
I can. This is just a requirement from the state that every city, municipality that has any kind of a public utility has to have a cybersecurity response plan designed and on file, and I believe it has to be updated every 2 years, I believe is what the code says. And that's what this is. It was prepared by our partner who does our cybersecurity and networking type monitoring, and they prepared it based on the Department of Homeland Security guidelines.
Any questions about that? Thank you, Glenn. Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2023-16, an ordinance to adopt the new City of LaVergne zoning ordinance and zoning map. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on December 27th, 2022. A public hearing will be held on July 6th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. This has been the zoning ordinance that we've been working on for several years now, and we've had some community meetings. We've had meetings also with developers, contractors, and you have in your packet all of the general questions, comments, complaints. Overall, staff recommends that with some of the changes that's being proposed or suggested, those are not minor changes that the board can do. So the recommendation is to send that back to Planning Commission to address the specific items and then send that back over to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Does anyone have any questions?
I just wanted to add a comment to this, but it's my opinion that any resident who specifically took the time to come out to the Planning Commission, or to come out and review the zoning maps and speak with us, if they made an individual request to either maintain or change their zoning, I think we should honor that. It's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to first reading ordinance 2023-17, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule regarding the sewer rates and tap fees for the Blair Road Sewer Basin. And just like it sounds, this is just updating those rates. And back in 2018, there was an interlocal agreement with Smyrna. And so they have adjusted their rates, and as a result, this would adjust those to match, our existing ones to match that. So essentially what's being charged to the residents of the sewer basin is the exact same as to what the city is being charged. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I do. I was on the board back in 2018 when they adopted that, and I was against that then because I just didn't feel comfortable that one part of the city was paying more than another part, and I still feel about the same about it. The question I had about it, if the city wasn't prepared to provide the infrastructure for the people over there in that area, you know, we shouldn't have went ahead with that development. And I still feel that same strongness about it.
Thank you. Moving on to Resolution 2023-15, a resolution to authorize the mayor to negotiate and enter into a contract for the sale of right-of-way property located between 315 and 325 Waldron Road. And I believe we have the individual who put forth the offer on the property, the proposal to purchase it. Mr. Farcosi, if you would come up and we can kind of give you the floor if you want to talk about what you're looking to do with the overall property. And I think you also have some papers if Captain Call could take those and let the board see that.
Thank you. You have that map that shows how the...
Shows the property, yes.
The two property, yes, please.
Glenn, if you could go over that, I think it's 2 down.
Okay, as you can see, these two property is triangle, and there is no way to do anything with it, whether the part that is belong to the city is absolutely unusable, and that part which is ours is just green area flat. We are trying to buy that. This equal to about a half an acre total, and we are proposing to put a restaurant or a coffee shop. There are 7 Brew coffee shop that is a drive-through coffee shop, well known, or some restaurant that we have a contact with to put it in there.
What was the name of the restaurant from Lebanon you were talking about with me?
The one that we have a contact with is Tzatziki.
Tzatziki.
Tzatziki restaurant. They are well established in Nashville area, Middle Tennessee. We are working with them on some other issues so we can approach them. And there is another pizza place that is a sell pizza by slice or delivery. That one we have a contact with. But first we're going to look at that 7 Brew Coffee.
Okay.
It's a fast-growing franchise, and they have a store in Murfreesboro, and probably they would be very much interested in LaVergne.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
And there's enough parking for that, where that spot is?
The drive-through, it wouldn't have any problem because there is no sitting area. That 7 Brew is drive-through only. And for the restaurant, we will put enough to have parking space because in that half acre, maximum you can put about 5,000 square feet, but we will put less enough that the parking won't be a problem for a restaurant.
This property came up.
Yes.
The guy that he wanted to park cars or something over there or something.
Mr. Farcosi wanted to purchase it before to square up his property, and we rejected it back then because of some of the issues with 315, and we've had some conversations since then about basically his will to redevelop that whole property. It's the old Midas property where they're just doing car repairs for another car sales place. So this would cause that whole section right there to redevelop.
So you've been in talk with these people you just gave us pictures of?
I haven't talked
to
them yet.
Or is that just an idea?
This is just an idea.
But
I haven't talked to them yet.
When it comes to Tzatziki and the coffee house, have you been in talks with them?
Not yet, because we don't know if this plan is approved or not. As soon as it's approved, I will start talking with both of them. If not, we're going to develop like that picture, 3,000 to 5,000 square feet for their retail, for any kind of retail that they are interested in.
Mayor, I just want to let the board know, since just based on the conversation, that if the idea for the city is to sell it so that it's developed into something that you want to see, the only way to guarantee that that's going to happen is if you decide to sell it is to put a deed restriction in it. Otherwise, if you just sell it to somebody, they can, I'm not suggesting, he's not saying he's going to do what he says, but he could turn around and sell it or do whatever he wants to do with it. So if you want to make sure that it's going to be used for that purpose, then you'd want to make sure there's a deed restriction if you like to sell the property to him.
Yes.
There's no problem on that.
So if we vote on this Thursday, then it would be a yes with that
No.
wording?
This would be at this point, this would just authorize me to negotiate to enter into a contract. The approval of such contract still comes back before the Board of Mayor and Aldermen to approve or deny.
There are still a lot of steps that we have to take before we are at that point. We don't know the exact dimensions of this property yet, so we have to obtain a survey, then we'll have to obtain an appraisal to see what it's worth, and then we can actually start the negotiation portion of that.
Does the city have to pay for the appraisal?
The owner has, or I'm sorry, not the owner, but Mr. Farcosi has offered to pay all the expenses that the city would incur.
That could be part of the contract.
One thing about appraisals, you could get 3 appraisal companies to do appraisals, and you could get 3 different appraisals. So just because you get an appraisal, that don't mean you're getting the actual value of the property.
If I may say that, the survey and put a restriction on a deed, definitely that's necessary, there is no problem. But appraisal, if appraisal is something that somebody will be willing to pay for it, I don't think you can find anybody that will pay anything for that piece of land that belongs to LaVergne, because there is no use for it. There is nothing you can put in that land. So appraisal, they go, but what is the value of the land that can be developed in near area, and say per square foot it's worth how much? But nobody will pay for that. For any price, nobody will pay for it. The only one who can use that is us.
I won't disagree with some of that. I think myself, we just don't want to see something. And Randolph, if you refresh my memory, didn't you have some problems with codes and stuff with that business that he had, or fire department, somebody? I'm trying to remember.
In the past, there have been some problems with the, well, as you can see in the photograph, there's been some issues with the way the cars have been kept over there. Getting this deal through is maybe one way of getting rid of that problem right there that you see in that photograph, in all likelihood.
So this would just be to go ahead and give an okay to kind of move forward, but as you all said, there's a lot of other things that's got to go in place, and then it comes back and we have to agree on it.
This is just permission to get the ball rolling, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
Sir, do you own other businesses here in LaVergne?
Yes.
Do you mind mentioning their names?
That mechanic shop, it belongs to us. And then no, in LaVergne, I used to own that land that is right in front of the Walmart, which we developed it to 4 different lots of 1 acre. One of them is that car wash, which is there, and the other 2 has been developed. Okay. But I don't own it anymore. I sold it to 3 different groups.
Sure.
And one of them that is done, the UPS store has signed contract, is coming. The other one, we are working with someone that is going to put an event center for birthday and some corporate gathering.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest, hopefully, will be some nice business. And one thing which I mentioned before last year, right now for that center that is right in front of Walmart, I get at least 1 call a day for a tobacco store or a beer store, this type of, or hookah, and these kind of, none of them, and some of them they are saying whatever price you want to charge. I'm not looking for a junky business. And we have already, even though it takes time, but we are putting a nice store in there. As I told you, 2 of them is already in a process. The rest, the same thing. And the other one, they're going to develop it, another 7,000 square feet on the next building. So hopefully with this one, we will have some nice franchise in there. And again, our plan is to separate these 2 land. My long-term plan is, after this one is done, the other guy to give them enough notice to move and do the same thing in that area.
Thank you.
But that's a little bit longer term.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Number 10, motion to approve an agreement with BRS Development LLC for sewer line extension project for Arbor Ridge. This one is one that we are actually still working on with their attorneys and our attorney to get the correct wording. I know you've got one draft in your packet, and we may be reverting back to a little bit of an older one and then updating that. But essentially what this is to do is the city needs easements and property for the pump station upgrade that's occurring out there, which that benefits the whole area. So this agreement allows the developer to build the pump station and sewer line if the city does not start the process by June 15th, 2024. So the developer builds these improvements at their own cost, not reimbursed through the city. So, and of course, they have to maintain all of the same requirements that the city would have. But we're still working on this agreement. If it is not completed by the time of the meeting next Thursday, it will be removed from the agenda. Any questions?
I ask without being able to review that document before the vote that we move this to next month's agenda. I don't feel comfortable voting on something that I can't read through and discuss amongst the board.
But we'll be able to discuss it at the meeting if it's ready, but you can also, we could have it Monday, we could have it tomorrow for all we know. It's just the attorneys are still working out some of that language.
Sure. And I guess I did have one other question that I was confused about, because we're making the agreement with BRS, but in the dedication of easements, McFarland is listed as the owner of the property. Can anybody speak more into that?
I think that's just because the property's not been closed on yet. It's under contract, but not closed on. Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got economic development. We have 3 applicants. We've got Graham Coates, Nathaniel Holzman, and Daniel Pazic, who all of their terms have expired as of tomorrow. And so I know Daniel and Graham have reached out and they wish to remain on the board. I have not heard back from Nathaniel, so staff will be reaching out to him. But this is already being advertised on Channel 3 and on social media for anyone to apply. Next, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. We've got 1 term still vacant, and we have not received any applications for this, and it is being advertised both online and on Channel 3. If we do not have any applicants by the meeting, that will be removed. Next, we have the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms vacant, and we do not have any applicants for this. Again, this one will be removed if there are no other applicants by the time of the meeting. Next, we have the Police Chief Recruitment. Mr. Andrew Patton, if you'd like to come up and update the board.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, good evening. I'm happy to give you an update on where we are on our police chief search. As you know, you all allowed us to hire Ralph Anderson Associates to help us with our search. Applications were open through June the 5th. We received 33 applications. The search committee went through and validated those and delivered a first cut list of 12, and then Daniel Hahn, Chief Hahn, and myself spent time on Zoom with each of those 12 candidates to narrow down to 5 finalists. So tonight I want to talk through what that process is, and before I do that, I just feel like every time I talk about this, I want to make 2 comments, and one of them is based off of the activities from earlier this evening. You saw an award for one of our dispatchers. We can't thank our employees for what they do enough. And Ms. White is a great example of that. Also, Interim Chief Hatcher has done a very good job in helping our department move forward. I used this analogy in talking to the candidates, and I thought it was appropriate that many of them asked about the morale, and many of them asked about how the current officers were doing. And I told them that back in January, the police department was in the ICU, and Chief Hatcher and his leaders performed CPR, and we are no longer in the ICU, but we're not fully released from the hospital yet. And that's progress. And I just verbally wanted tonight to thank him for his work, and also thank him for his commitment to help whoever the chief is integrate well into the department that he's running right now. So on the screen, you see the 5 names of the finalists. They are Chief of Police Michael Bell from Coweta, Oklahoma. Chief Bell has 20 years of law enforcement experience and 9 as Chief of Police. Number 2, these are in no specific order, Chief of Police Thomas Harrion from Lyons, Illinois, which is just outside of Chicago. Chief Harrion has 38 years of law enforcement experience, and he has served for the last 4 years as chief in Lyons. Director David Imhoff from Nashville is retired from the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department with 30 years of experience. He's currently the director for the Tennessee Department of Corrections over investigations. Captain Christopher Mays is serving with the Milwaukee Police Department. He has 29 years of law enforcement experience. And finally, Captain William Noss from Castleberry, Florida, 23 years of law enforcement experience. One of the things that we heard during our community meetings that we held with the search firm was that a number of our community members commented that they thought it was important that we had candidates who were chief, who had significant experience, and it would be helpful if we had people who also had focused on a similar type incident or rebuilding. One of our candidates that I've just talked about has specific experience. Their police department went through nearly identical to what we just walked through with their chief being let go. And that particular man was part of the rebuilding process. So it brings a very unique perspective to the situation that we've just come out of as well. All 5 of these candidates will be with us this July, the week of July 17th. They will all be here for a series of assessment centers that our partners at MTAS are putting on. MTAS will do the selection of the interview panel. So there'll be most likely 3 current police chiefs that MTAS will select from around the state, and they will serve to facilitate the assessment center, facilitate the interview panel. There'll also be a number of meetings and opportunities with department heads so that these candidates can understand how their role in the LaVergne Police Department integrates with the rest of our departments within the city. And our goal still is that we will have a final candidate selected and approved to be in place by September. There is an email that will go out this evening to the LaVergne Police Department to make sure that they are brought up to speed on our progress. And then following that email, there'll be a press release that goes out to the media so that our transparent view of what we're doing on this police search can continue. Any questions? Sure.
The gentleman that I spoke to that was helping as a recruit, what was his name?
Daniel Hahn, Chief Hahn.
Yeah, I talked to him at length in the conference room, and he agreed with me that the mayor hiring and firing was a big issue, and he said that was not good. But I'd say no change in that. So, personally, I don't see how we can move forward on hiring a police chief if we don't address what's at hand. I talked to him at length, and he actually was more concerned than I was about the mayor having to hire and firing the deal. And so, the 5 pilots is great, but I don't know if I could move forward with the way we have things standing. Thank you.
I had a similar conversation with Mr. Hahn. Has he mentioned anything further to you? Have the candidates had any concerns?
The candidates have not raised any concerns in their Zoom calls with me. We asked a specific question about their experience related to our current mayor, city administrator governance structure. Some of them have come from previous experience where they've worked with that identical setup, no, but there weren't any concerns that were raised to me on those initial calls.
Yep. Thank you.
Andrew, thank you for all your hard work on this. I know it's been a lot.
You're welcome.
So, thank you. Then moving on, we've got mayor and alderman comment. We'll turn it over to the birthday boy, Mr. Alderman Waldron.
I'm going to have to leave pretty quick after I do my little song and dance here. I'm going to leave because I'm already late for a deal. But I want everybody to have a safe 4th. And I want to congratulate the dispatcher and the firemen for their awards and their promotions. Again, check on the elderly. It's getting hot weather. We going to be in the triple digits. Make sure your pets has got ample shade and fresh water. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing everybody out at Veterans Park on Tuesday. We'll see you there.
Alderwoman Haas.
Yes, I look forward to seeing everyone out at the football field at Veterans Memorial Park. And I would just like to put a huge shout out and thank you to our city workers, especially those who are working outside in this heat. I was walking my dog today and I saw mowers out and stuff, and I was just like, I know I was hot, but they had on all the extra clothes. So thank you to everyone out there working in this heat and in the city offices.
Vice Mayor No.
Got nothing.
Well, just want to take a moment to remind everybody this Tuesday, Independence Day celebration at Veterans Memorial Park. Gates open at 5:30. We will have the band Bueller there. They will be performing. We'll have fireworks show at dark. Should be a lot of fun. If you're not coming, you're shooting off fireworks at home, please, please, please be safe. Don't hurt yourself. Do not burn your house down or your neighbor's house down. And please remember, no fireworks at our public parks. With that, call this meeting adjourned.
Wow.